Good morning, everybody, here in the Europa room and online. Today is the 2022 LSSIP event. A few practical things before Maria Grazia will open. For those online, especially, you are muted by default. You should use the chat function to share suggestions, technical issues or comments. We have, after each session, a dedicated Q&A session where you will have the opportunity to ask questions. You either raise the hand function, which is located next to your name. You can also use the Q&A function to ask questions about the presentation. The moderators will unmute you so that you can have the floor and ask your question. A further notification will be sent to you asking for your approval to be unmuted. And of course, as always, we record it in order to share afterwards. I now give the floor to Maria Grazia Lapiscopia to open this event.
Real pleasure for me to be here today, also this year, because I was here also next year, and it is a pleasure to open this joint kickoff meeting with the presence of EUROCONTROL and the SESAR Deployment Manager. So today and since June 2022, I'm here with a different role and also a different partnership that is covering the role and the function of SESAR Deployment Manager. It's a strong consortium, a strong partnership made by airlines, air navigation service providers, airports, and EUROCONTROL Network Manager. So a completely different setup and strong priorities to accelerate the implementation of Common Project 1 in Europe. So already 1 year ago, I was very proud of the work that my team, together with EUROCONTROL team, they were performing to streamline the reporting, to avoid this burden of double reporting on your shoulders, and to update, of course, the main tool where all your data will be injected. That is the LSSIP Plus tool. So at the end, the work was performed very well, and we achieved very good results. It's important indeed for you to have a single entry point for reporting, but it's also good for all of us to have a single place where we have consistent data that can be used for different purposes, but at least are the same data. The LSSIP tool was duly customized to take into consideration the needs that we have to monitor the common project implementation, both at technical and geographical level. So this is allowing us as SESAR Deployment Manager, but also you as implementing stakeholders, to fulfill the requirements that are there by regulation. For you to report the status of implementation of this important regulation, and for us to monitor and report back to the European Commission. So what we do is to take the data that we receive through the LSSIP Plus tool on the ground, the ground ones, and integrate them with the ones for the civil and military airspace users and the network manager, really to build a full picture, that is the monitoring view, on the basis of which we develop a risk assessment that is then delivered to European Commission. The risk assessment is an important piece of work, and then the team will go into the details a bit more later on, because it's where we spot the problems in compliance, in respecting the compliance with the deadlines of the Common Project 1. And 2022 is the first deadline for this regulation. So I think that well, the team of Danny, the team of Ramon, will further guide you through all the novelties of this year LSIP process. This is a real joint kickoff meeting, Eurocontrol and SDM, and this is an important step for a unified planning and reporting. A unified planning and reporting means that, as I told you before, we have a single data set that we can use. Of course, the different organizations have different tasks, this responsibility, different mandates, but it is important to have this common data set. So I would like to thank all of you for the participation today, but in particular for your crucial contribution to all the monitoring activities. So I would like to leave then the floor now to Danny and to Ramon, and I wish you a very good event and in particular a productive event. Bye-bye. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Maria Grazia. Any comments from the floor? Question to Maria Grazia on the opening? If not, then a few minutes from my side. First of all, this is the agenda. It has changed a number of times over the last weeks, a few items, but it is as it is. We have started. We have a coffee break 11:30. We have a lunch 12:40 approximately, sorry, 12:55, and another coffee break, and we should finish 4:30. We try always to keep the schedule, but 5 to 10 minutes could make a difference. And of course, question and answers is important. If they take longer, so be it. Any suggestion, comment for the agenda? If not, then continuous. I have a few notes before I start really with going through what we will see today. We have a busy schedule, I already said. We have a number of topics, and as Maria Grazia said, we have to be productive. Basically, we already had a webinar for newcomers, like the past years, and so for those of you who are new, they already had a session of, 1 hour and a half, 2 hours, with the basic of the mechanism. In principle, here, most of the stuff is what is new in this cycle, but of course, we have a few repetitions of things that you knew already before. So it is mixed, but I would say 2/3 is about the new stuff. These briefings, we prepared them. We did 2 dry runs, a dry run within the team together with Ramon, and then a second dry run with a few of your colleagues of the LSIP expert group, and further refined it, so to have a well-balanced presentation. Like Maria Grazia said, is joint, so Ramon is here with me. We work daily together with his team to have indeed a unified place, one place with consistent data. It's 22 degrees outside. This is not normal, this is not Brussels, but so if we will have the break, I'm sure people will go out, but after the 15 minutes, we'll ring the bell, please come in. We have a longer at noon, there will be sun, etc. But of course, we're here closed in a non-window room, we have to live with it. The first topic is short overview of all changes. That's something we added on. We thought, okay, all these changes, how should we present it? And there you are. I tried everything that is coming, what you will see here, is hooked around the tools. We have the LSIP Plus tool, we have some other tools. It's about content. We have items about content, more than 2, you will see. We have about the process. And then, of course, we have items which share tools and process, shares process and content, and of course, items that are with the tools, with the content and the process. What I mean by that is, in some cases, if, for example, Luca will speak about the content, something may be to some extent repeated when Marina speaks about the tool. It will be condensed. So sometimes you have a repetition, but from a different point of view. And of course, here then we have all the rest, flyer, improved guidance material, the new contact persons. So we have many subjects, and Paul will come back at 4:30, and you will see then that we normally should have touched all of them. Anyhow, it is a joint session, it's a kickoff event, but for most of you, you still have another present to have, and that's then the bilateral with your contact person. We've had a few bilaterals already over the last weeks, some early ones, but of course a bilateral is after this workshop where you ask more questions, and I think some are already next week, maybe even tomorrow, that some of you will do. And that's of course the team behind me. They are the contact persons. I'm just the boss of it, and even not really. They are the contact person, and they will guide you through. That was my part, short of overview of all changes. Anybody, any comments from online or in the room? Agenda, contents, etc. You're all happy with it? Then I would propose to move on to the first topic, and that is Luca Dall'Orto. He will speak about the basis for this LSIP cycle, which is the plan. Thanks, Luca.
Does it work now? Yes, I see the red light. Good morning, everybody. I'm Luca Dell'Orto, and I will introduce you to the changes into the Level 3 plan for 2022. Let's see if it works. Yes, it does. So before starting, I would like to thank Veronique Martou and Flaminia Barelli of our team, who actually physically developed and put together the presentation. So in a way, I'm only the messenger at this moment. So let's go through it. So as I said, it is a quick overview of the changes in the Level 3 Plan 2022 that obviously you will find in your LSIP 2022 cycle for your monitoring. It comes. This is the agenda. So we will go quickly through the overall context of the Level 3 plan, what has changed for 2022, the structure of the document, what is new, some words on the technical annex, which is a very important document for you in particular, because when you report on implementation objectives, the real guidance to you is in the technical annex that gives the engineering views of implementation objectives. Then a few words on those SESAR solutions that haven't yet been included, developed into an implementation objective, so are not supported by an engineering view, but that we still monitor, as you know, through the specific SESAR solution questionnaire, and then question and answers. So let's drill into the implementation plan. Okay, a bit of context, in particular for those of you that are new to the LSIP process. So if we take the ATM concept life cycle, going from V1 to V7, from the scope, feasibility, R&D, down to operations, and finally the commissioning, the Level 3 sits in the box that is indicated on the screen between industrialization and implementation, the so-called deployment part. For what concerns the Level 3 2022, the solutions that are described there through implementation objectives mostly come from the works of SESAR 1 and from SESAR 2020 Wave 1, for those of you that are familiar with the SESAR work, and it's the way it is structured. So what is the Level 3 plan, why we have it, and when it is developed? Okay, as I said, the Level 3 plan is the implementation view of the Level 3. The Level 3 that is composed of a plan and a report. So it's a roadmap of agreed actions for modernizing ATM. It will guide you by indicating actions, both from the technical and operational side, to improve ATM, to fulfill your goals. And it is usually developed between autumn and summer of the following year. In this case, the level 3 plan was finalized in June, as we actually do every year. It has been accepted by the SJU as a deliverable to the master plan in September, and it has been endorsed. The changes into the plan have been endorsed by the Provisional Council in August. So the input or the inputs to the updating of the level 3 plan, in a way always, in the last years have always been the same, but I think it is worth still pointing out which are these inputs. First of all, there is a very big component. There is an echo. Can maybe be addressed before I continue? I think it's sorted, thank you. So the biggest input to any update of the level 3 plan is obviously the master plan itself. So the activity of the research and development within SESAR that validates SESAR solutions. When they become mature, they become ready to be considered for new implementation objectives. So this is the first one. And with that, also the links to the ICAO GAMP, to existing SES regulations, in particular CP1, and there is a specific focus on that in the level 3. The EPAS, the Network Strategic Plan, the Aerospace Architecture Study Transition Plan, all those have an influence on the level 3 plan and also therefore in the level 3 plan for 2022. Talking about the SESAR Deployment Program and the CP1 regulation, the level 3 2022 is fully aligned with the latest updates in the SDP, in the deployment program. It includes the mature solutions that were published in the SESAR Solution Catalog 2021, and it includes already, as for awareness, an indication on the solutions that are not in the catalog 2021 that were validated after the publication of the catalog and therefore are in the SJU release report for the master plan level 1. So it is a full array of information that we analyze in order to update the level 3. This obviously allows us, with your work, to build the national LSIP documents that constitute the input on which we then develop and finalize the level 3 report, and you will have a presentation specifically on that. So mainly the input comes from the LSIPs, but also comes from another exercise that you are called to perform, which is through the evaluation of the SESAR solutions that are not described in implementation objectives yet, but that you find in the SESAR solution questionnaire. Now, let's give some numbers about the level 3 for this year. In 2022, we cover 97 SESAR solutions out of the 101 that were published in the catalog. This represents 92 implementation objectives, 78 of them are active, the remaining being initial. When they are initial, as you know, you will not find them in the LSIP database with a detailed description for progress reporting, but still, when they are associated to SESAR solutions, you will find those solutions in the questionnaire. That's why it's important that actually you fill in correctly also the SESAR solution questionnaires. You can see that out of all these implementation objectives, the majority of them are regulated, mainly through CP1, but not only. There are still other objectives that reflect mostly SES-related regulation. And then on the right side, you see how all these objectives contribute to the various key performance indicators, with the big component providing safety benefits, followed by capacity, cost efficiency, cost effectiveness, and so on and so forth. You will find more of this information in the document itself that has been distributed to you when you joined this morning. Now, on the geographical scope of the plan, it's about ECAC minus Iceland. We don't cover Iceland yet in our planning, monitoring, and reporting, plus the two EUROCONTROL comprehensive agreement states, Morocco and Israel, with a specific focus for CP1 on the 27 EU states, plus Switzerland, plus Norway, who just months ago signed the agreement to actually voluntarily implement the CP1 regulation, or parts of the CP1 regulation. You will find, by the way, all these for those states that for which CP1 is relevant in your own bilaterals with your contact persons. Now, a bit on the level 3 plan structure and what are the main changes for this year. The structure is, so the level 3 is composed of two documents. One, the main document that you received this morning. So it's printed, it's also available online if any of your colleagues would like to have, otherwise just ask for copies and we will send them to you. And this is really a high-level document that is structured to reflect also the structure of the master plan executive view, the so-called level 1. But there is also a technical annex, what we call the engineering view. This is only in soft copy now. We don't print it anymore, but we make it available as PDF in various places, and I will show you later where you can find. And this, as I was saying at the beginning, this is extremely important because it gives you the view on what are the actions that are requested for you to perform if you commit to implement a given implementation objective. So this is really the reference to be used for LSSIP work. Okay, this gives you the structure of the level 3 main document, the high-level view. I will not spend much time on it because you have it in front of you. Let me just note now that there is a dashboard that you may use also within your administration to give the main indication and numbers of what is contained in the level 3. Then in the operational, first in the introduction, you have, it is very important, the how to read. So for those that are not too familiar with implementation objectives and the taxonomy that is used, please look into that. You will find what is new in the level 3 2022. So new implementation objectives, modified implementation objectives, they are mentioned, listed, at least in the introduction. And in the operational view, you will find, for example, sub-performance stats, which are quite new, have only recently been added to this document, so it could be interesting to you. Then deployment views are high-level views of the individual implementation objectives, and there is a chapter also on the airspace architecture study transition plan and how the level 3 reflects the implementation of the airspace architecture study. So in numbers, again, in 2021, the level 3 included 85 implementation objectives. Now, some have been closed as achieved, some have been removed because taken over by events, some have been added, 11 new objectives. That brings the total to 92 of them, and 78 that you will find in the LSSIP database. 14 remain initial. So here is an overview of the new ones that are active. They are all local, first of all. So you see that a good number of them are related to SESAR solutions. How they were chosen? Well, simply out of the answers that you gave to us last year when responding to the solutions questionnaires, we identified a number of them that collected quite a wide interest across the ATM community. Therefore, they were chosen to be developed into new implementation objectives. And this is the list. In particular, they are all new. The first 5 in the list coming from the top. A word on NAV 11.1. The GBUS operations were already described in NAV 11. It was an initial objective. This year, this was split into parts. NAV 11.1 that refers specifically to CAT2 operations, so that is active. And another one that you will see in the next slide that is on CAT3 operations, and that remains initial for the time being. Then you see SAF 10.1 and SAF 11.1. These are not related to the ATM master plan solutions or other elements. These reflect safety-specific works. One is on reduction of airspace infringement. The other one is in the prevention of runway excursions. These two topics had been already part of implementation objectives in the past. Now, they were closed, but with new recommendations to you to address these topics, they have been re-edited as SAF 10.1 and 11.1. As I said, all these are local objectives. For this year, for local objectives, while in the past you would be asked to report only at state level, at very high level on the progress, this year we bring it one level lower. You will not be asked to review the individual stakeholder lines of actions that exist in this objective, that simply are not displayed in the LSSIP database, but you will be asked to report on them at stakeholder level if the stakeholder is requested or therefore is associated to a stakeholder line of action. So, and you will see the example later on with the presentation of my colleagues. These are the initial objectives. Again, you will not be asked to report on the objectives themselves, you will not see them, but you will see the associated SESAR solutions in the SESAR solution questionnaire. And some of them were close as achieved, and you see them here, 3 of them. One, you will see it, INF 10.22, simply because it is achieved, but it is a CP1 objective, so it's of this special class, and we want to keep it in the database. Now, let's talk about some other changes, not necessarily to, in this case, it's not necessarily to an implementation objective per se. You remember last year, for the states, for those of you that are committed to CP1, extended AMAN is a feature that you have to implement. It is described by ATC 15.2. And last year, in order to account also for its progress outside the national borders in ACCs, we created what we call a phantom implementation objective, an implementation objective that did not belong, you couldn't find in the level 3 plan, but allowed us to capture information beyond the national borders. And we called it 15.2 bis. Now, this year, we decided to simplify this approach. So 15.2, ATC 15.2 still exists. It hasn't changed, but it is accompanied, associated to a specific questionnaire, the extended AMAN questionnaire. And the questionnaire has been pre-populated with the information that you provided using ATC 15.2 bis. A 15.2 bis goes out, the questionnaire comes in, pre-filled with information that you have already given. And you will be finding this in the database as well. Some implementation objectives changed with what we call substantial change, therefore change somehow in its structure, in its content. This is all related to CP1 objectives. So AOM 19.4 for management of predefined airspace configurations, one stakeholder line of action and deployment milestone 2, has been split into a 2A and 2B to clarify what are the options that you have to actually implement the required action. So there are two ways of doing it, and it is also part of the briefing in your bilateral, and you can see it again in the engineering view of the objective. By the way, you will have more explanation afterwards in the presentation specific on CP1 by Ramon and other colleagues. Another one that changed is FCM 10, interactive rolling knob. In this case, it was not a splitting of an objective, but of a stakeholder line of action deployment milestone, but was a creation of a new one for airports. Again, for those that are bound by CP1. So again, you will see it in a dedicated presentation. Another change on AOM 21.3 enhanced free route airspace operations. In this case, the objective didn't change. But what we have now, new for this year, is a specific questionnaire to cater for cross-border FRA with neighboring countries and FRA connectivity to TMAs. Another item that raised some questions last year, if you remember, we were addressing in some CP1 related implementation objectives, there were lines of actions that appeared with little a and little b that we used to call mutually exclusive. And last year we asked you to choose between either one of the two. In fact, it was due also for the limitation of our system that was not capable of allowing you to fill in the two elements and for us to compute properly your information. The little a and little b's that you find in some of the objectives, and you have the list here, in fact are non-exclusive choices, non-exclusive options. You can, and this we clarified with SDM. So you can implement either one of the two. You can choose one, you can choose the other, you can even choose to have the two, because a number of you elected to have one of the options to be the main choice and the second one to use it as a backup. Or maybe as a transition, waiting for the best option, the most optimal option to be ready in your system. Both options actually are compliant to CP1. So you see on the left-hand side the objectives to which these options refer. Normally, there is an option A that is for a local tool to be implemented, and option B for an NM tool. That provides basically a comparative service. Well, this is actually all true for the first three in the list. In FCM 06.1, I think it's reversed. Option A is actually the NM tool, option B is the local tool, but it doesn't change anything. Still, you can choose either one or both. So as I said, both options are compliant. And it is important, though, that when you choose the option, you specify and you give reasons. And you clarify what the one that you choose. If you choose both, why you choose both. So another element that had two options, option A and option B, it was for the implementation of the public key infrastructure and cybersecurity. So as you know, there is the possibility either to use a European Aviation Common PKI or to go through local PKI implementation. Last year, most of you were still undecided, so this year on which one to choose. So this year you'll be asked again if anything has changed, if you have chosen which one, and then you will be asked to refer to it. Again, each option is compliant. Now a few words, I come back again to the engineering view, because again, it's important to stress that in a way it is your Bible. For LSIP work, this is your Bible. It is the view at the expert level. You can find it in the LSIP database. You can find it in the LSIP SharePoint. You can find it in the EUROCONTROL website. And for those of you that are good enough and that know how to navigate in the EATM portal, you can find it in the EATM portal. In that case, you have to use the working portal, not the public portal. But okay, this is for the connoisseurs, as they say in French. So why it is important? Because each implementation objective on which you are asked to report will provide you a full description of the item that is asked to be implemented. It gives you time scale, gives you the applicability, it gives you, if you are interested, also the link to the elements in the master plan, enablers, operational improvement steps, solutions. It gives you links when they exist to other strategic planning document, the ICAO GAMP, of course, the deployment program, EPAS, etc., so on and so forth. It gives you the list of SLOAs, but it gives you the description of the SLOAs. And in that description, you also find, where available, supporting material. Supporting material that is technical specifications that will help you, that will guide you, if you need so, in your deployment work. And finally, it gives you also ways to say when the work is finalized. What do you have to achieve in order for the action to be finalized? So very, very important. I said you find it in many places. So here is the case of AOM 21.3. And in the box, top right, all these boxes, as you know, are active. So you click on it and it drives you to, it's an hyperlink to a specific feature. In that case, it allows you to open the engineering view of the objective that you can have in PDF format. So either you can have the full PDF document in SharePoint and in EUROCONTROL webpage, or you can have individual PDF documents per objective in the LSIP database. By the way, I was referring before to the questionnaire for AOM 21.3. You see that at the bottom, for those of you that have good eyesight, at the bottom of the various boxes, interactive boxes, you see the cross-border FRA questionnaire. So when there are new questionnaires, you can find it there. You can access it from there, or you can access it from the main menu that is on top, the bar on top in the LSIP page. Again, you can find, therefore, as I said, here in the SharePoint. By the way, you saw that SharePoint has changed. We have a new format. If you use the old link, I've been told that you will be asked to choose the new one. Anyway, it's part of the debriefing that you will have from your contact persons with the new link to the SharePoint, if the redirection doesn't work. As I said, you can find it in the main EUROCONTROL webpage. Either you remember this path, or you simply use the search function is the one that works best. Well, at least to me. Again, a few words on the SESAR solutions. Those SESAR solutions that are not associated yet to an implementation objective or to an active implementation objective. As I said before, we need this activity. We need that you provide us information, because it will allow us also to have an indication of what that is not yet an implementation objective is of your interest. Because then we can take it, we can explore it with expert groups, we can make an implementation objective out of it, we can propose it as a new feature into the level 3 plan, and then it will come full-fledged into the LSIP database. So it really helps us to identify early movers, to gauge your interest on a given feature. that has been validated by SESAR. As I said, it is available in the database, and it's important that you fill it in. In the past, we were a bit maybe relaxed in asking when you should fill it in. We would accept to do it maybe after the freezing of the main part of the database. But this year, because of the work ahead of us and our engagement also in providing the reporting to the master plan, we need you to provide us with your feedback by 31st of January 2023, because also these answers will be reviewed within our in-cycle check, the cross-check period that we will be performing in February. Okay, so it was a long presentation. I hope it was clear for most of you. If you have any questions, I will be glad to try to answer.
Thank you, Luca. Just I have a few points that I want to mention after the presentation of Luca. Like Maria Grazia said, it's a joint presentation, so you'll see each time we have the logo of SESAR Deployment Manager and EUROCONTROL on it, so it's really work together. You see already the one of Luca referring to the SDP, etc. What he did now, he, as I said, a reminder of the why, the when, the what, input, output, statistics. He referred to a nice document that you got, and basically what he says, that document you put aside because the other document online is more important. It's a fact. He referred that there's more than objectives. We have these, I call them orphan SESAR solutions, but basically we call them SESAR solutions implemented in a voluntary way, that they are being monitored. That's important for the end products. And he gave then an overview of the details with a specific attention to that extended AMAN questionnaire and the so-called non-exclusive objectives. So that's in a nutshell what Luca did. And so now the floor is open. Luca has to leave at 11 for his COVID booster. But until then, you have time to give any questions. Also online. Seems you're crystal clear, Luca. Ah, there you go. Sorry, you're in my. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Just a small question: are already all implementation objectives already in the database, or there will be some gap as last year, for example?
Yeah, thank you, Julia, for the question. I think they are all there because I've been working on them and reviewing them in the past days. I couldn't find any gap, anything. So yes, confirm. You can access it. Actually, since this morning, the database is open for you to start working on. Well, I don't expect you to actually do it now, but I mean, let's say it's from, but why not? Yeah, thank you. Very good attitude. Yeah, so it's ready. Thank you.
Any other question? Practical, to the point. And sorry, you were just hidden from me. Try to look better. Nobody else online? I don't see anything happening. Okay, I see a question there. No? There's one, yeah. So the question is, some OI steps links could not be open in the technical annex. Have these problematic links been corrected? Luca, do we?
I have no answer because I thought that they would work. But there is an answer in the back of, yeah.
We are working on it. We know. We're aware. It will be done in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so the backup solution for those of you that want to see what the OI steps are while we are while we fix the hyperlinks, is that you go into the e-portal, and best if you have access into the working portal. You may know that there are two, one official that is usually out of date until the level 3 executive view is updated, and last time it was in 2020. Otherwise, you go into the working portal, and there you can find the full description of the UI steps, its related enablers, and its links to the corresponding implementation objective if there is one. So at the moment the fix is this one.
Correct. So the portal is indeed up to date. And I would ask anybody, if you still find somewhere a wrong link, send it in to us and we'll make sure, because maybe we have not spotted something. I see here, they will be made available shortly on the web. They are already uploaded. Please provide the link for those who are new to the process. But okay. No. Any other questions? If none, then I think we call that, thanks Luca, thanks for the presentation. That was the basis for all of you, that's the basis, the plan. But then the plan is one of the inputs, is the main input. But now we go over to the next, they're all important briefings. Nancy will now speak about the timeline and the process before the work ahead of you starting indeed today or tomorrow for some, up until somewhere next year. Over to Nancy.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Nancy Len van Wegberg. I work as a coordination contact person, and now as well the coordination for the LSSIP cycle. So following the meeting, the paper from Luca, I would say I try to keep the same speed in speaking. Probably it will go faster, but in the end we come to a good average, I hope. So, and you hope that you can get everything. So the new timeline and the data cross-check period, that's another part, important part for the whole cycle. And this presentation will give you the guidelines throughout the whole cycle, so with the main elements. Not everything will be given here, because part of it will be done behind the scenes, and we want to focus now on what is important for you as a stakeholder. Oh, back. That was one too quick. So this is the timeline, as you will see it on the home page, and you can see there are three main dates. Today, the 27th of October, as Luca said, since this morning, the database is open, so the ones who are very eager, they can start already putting their data. We have the 31st of January, as already mentioned as well. It's the date that the objectives should be stabilized and the data blocking for the focal points. And we have the 8th of March, where is the database freezing. Those are the three main dates for you. So if you check on the top, you can see you will have 3 months to fill in the database and to stabilize all your information before the 31st of January. And as from the 1st of February, we will start the data cross-check period, which was previously called the in-cycle check. For where the FPs can no longer modify the database, it's only the contact person, and anything that needs to be changed needs to be done via the contact person, via the change request module. And the change request will be, the latest one will be made by the 17th of February to give you time to fill in all the corrections, to prepare the corrections. So what is the aim of this period? So the data cross-check. From the 1st of February, then we have a set of things to check and to revalidate. This will be done by a group of objective experts, coordinators, contact points and focal points, and the national stakeholders. We will review and validate all extracted data from the database and then make the corrections and request them to you. What will be validated? These are the bullets. So all objectives, CP1 and non-CP1, EU and non-EU. The two CP1 objective link questionnaires, so that is the ATC 15.2, family 111, and the AUM 21.3, the family 322, and as Luca mentioned, the SESAR solutions implemented in a voluntary way questionnaire. Next to the three main dates for you, we want to give you a little bit more detail. So here it is, the first slide of that. So we start with the 31st of January, stabilization. This is a binding date for the states, and the focal points will make sure that by the 31st, everything is stabilized from all the objectives, the two CP1 objectives linked questionnaires and the SESAR solutions. Note that it cannot be stabilized if there are still warnings open and they were not addressed yet. Following that day then, the 1st of February, the database will be blocked by editing for the stakeholders, and it will be available still for the CR module. And in case, as mentioned before, a late input, it will be done by the contact person, so in close coordination. As from the 1st of February, we have a few days of a first review, where the contact persons and the SDM coordinators make the initial extraction of the data and check for the consistency. After that, we come into the second period there. Starting from the 6th of February until the 15th, there will be the analysis of the data information. As from then, CRs can be created, and after everything is collected, there will be a consolidated comments that will be transferred as a CR into the database upon which then can work. And it will be all coordinated that. It's done via the CR module to make sure that we have a traceability on everything. Not to worry, on the 17th of February, the last CR will be created in the database, which gives you the time until the 8th of March to work on it. And from the 6th until the 8th, voilà, that's it. And then on the 8th of March, that's the final date before the database freezing at the end of the day. That's the date that all CRs should have been worked on, corrected and updated, and all information is final. You notice as well at the bottom that the projects module, the surveillance questionnaire, and the 2 safety questionnaires will be open until the 20th of March. And this will follow in another slideshow afterwards, more information. The change request is very important this year, as we learned from last year that we had a lot of CRs, as you all know. We worked hard on it. And so here a slide on the procedure, what has changed. This year is only the contact person to create, close and delete CRs in the database. Due to the consolidated comments, we will be more clear in terms of what has to be changed and updated in the database, so this should help you. The CRs can be responded to as soon as they are created. We have limited time, so please don't wait until the last week to start looking into the CRs. As from the 6th of February, you will get them. CR should be addressed and closed by the contact person as soon as possible after we have found the solution. But also, when you do an update in the database, it could potentially create a new warning. These have to be followed up as well and all be addressed before the 8th of March. And it's up to the contact person to coordinate with the focal point during the cross-check period. And parts from the change request module are some new features. So upon the creation of a change request, it will be assigned to a person. Normally, it will be the focal point. There will be automatic email notification subscription for the creator and all assigned users. And if you subscribe to a CR as well, you will get it as well. And there's a CR notification mail as well. It's indirectly giving you the link to the objective, where is the CR. When the CR is addressed, it should be replied to in the comment box. This is for the traceability. And the CP will monitor and coordinate the updates and will make the CRs together with the objective coordinators and the SDM coordinators. And also there is a log this year available for you to download with several filters, so where you can follow up per specific item. Any questions?
Thank you, Nancy. So this was quite a short topic, but it's in fact a reminder of the timeline of all items and specifically looking to the data cross-check period next year, which we do with experts all over the agency and with colleague expert of SDM to make sure that we really get to the end result, the correct information for all the other deliverables we make. Nancy also spoke about the change request procedure, which has been improved. And finally, this is really the topic you have to see with your contact person at your bilateral to really say what you will do when. There is three and a half months, depending on how you calculate. It's almost 4 months time now to work on it. But at that moment, it's good to see with your contact person how you really, what you will do when and how you will to succeed to the deadlines. I think this is close to your heart, so any questions? I already see one here online saying, I have a concern that the timeline for the gathering of data and updating seems shorter from previous year. Okay, second comment is that the change requests usually require updates in the database. It will be difficult to answer the CRs if you cannot update the database after the 31st of January. Just one reply from me, it seems, but we just checked on it, Nancy and I, and in fact, looking backwards to last year, that's even 3 days longer. But it's really that we really focus, there's that period where we take over data cross-check period well advanced, but if you compare, it is indeed where last year, remember last year, such a huge change. We had a whole new SDP that we put in there. So we think it's well balanced. But anyway, I give to Nancy to further clarify that one online.
Indeed, it seems short, it is short, but it's not shorter than last year. Last year we had the event 1 week earlier than today. And if I'm not mistaken, it was frozen at the 28th of February. But then due to all the issues and all the new ways of working, there was a kind of a prolongation for a short time period. And this year we start the 27th, so today, and we freeze the 8th of March. In one way, you have 3 days extra. But the thing to say is, don't wait to start communicating with your internal stakeholders. It is very important that they are aware. Share the data, share the information that you got, share the educational information that you've all seen. Everything is available on many places in the homepage, on the website, on SharePoint. Share it so that they are aware of what is expected, by when, and what needs to be done. On the second point, that was, yes, indeed, it is. It needs to be updated. If you have a CR that needs require an update in the database, it will be done by the contact point person. So therefore, the use of the comment box in the CRs is very important to trace it. And if needed, of course, there can be additional coordination between the people. So in the end, it's a contact person who will do the work finally for you. But it should not be a prolongation of your working period until that time. I hope that answers the question.
Any further question online or in the room? Go ahead, Julia.
Is it correct time to ask question about warnings, or it will be another presentation on that? On the warning, because my question was, what I see now in the warning section is that there is a lot of warnings. It's understandable. It's always like this in the beginning, but they all are related to technical database filling issues. But last time, I remember we got some warning on the implementation objectives themselves, and they are not here anymore. So for consistency, for coherence reasons, is it any way to get the warning that we received on the in the last days of a reporting period back to the database, just to be able to answer them? We had warnings like, okay, you will need to provide to implement, perform some validations if you implement this and this. They were related to the objectives themselves, not to the database issues. How can we get them back?
If I may, so first we have done a full review of the warnings to make them more understandable and to really, so for the users to see what they need to change based on the warning they are getting. And second, the moment you start filling in your objectives and saving, this is when the warnings will be triggered. So then you will get the warnings as you used to get them before. You need to start working on your objectives, saving them, and then the warnings will be triggered if they are not triggered now, based on your new answers. But normally it's very normal that you get a lot of warnings at the beginning because the information is not up to date. It can be that an objective that is ongoing should be completed by the end of the year. So the moment you update your objectives, the warnings that are not logical will disappear, and the ones that are useful will appear. But we didn't remove the warnings as they were last year. We just reviewed them, so you should see them, but maybe we can check it.
But maybe you are...
But not technical, but related to the implementation objectives themselves.
If I may complement, maybe you are mixing warnings and change requests because content are based in the change request. And the change request from last year, you will be able to extract that from the database to review the one that still needs updates if needed. The warning are always linked to the technical part, and the change request is more the content part. And this you will be able to extract from last year.
If I may again, if you want to see the change request of last year, you need to change the edition from 2022 to 2021. Then you will have the full list of change requests from last year.
Okay, thanks for this clarification further. Any other comments then from the, not online, I see, not from the room? Okay. If not, then we go to the a third presentation, which is a combined one. And here we speak about a few lessons learned, but also with some best practices. And it's a combination from somebody from the team and from a national focal point. I first give the floor to Javier.
Okay, so thank you, Dani. I'm Javier Rosendo. I will be presenting the part on the lessons learned, and then I will give the floor to my colleague, the Irish focal point, to explain their best practices during the cycle and see how they did it. I will try to be brief because I know I'm the last barrier before the coffee break, so I know that. Which is our process to try to assess on our cycle. This is we knew that the last year was a special cycle because it was the first unified reporting. So we knew that it was important to take into account all your comments and all the potential issues that there might appear during the cycle because of all this new implementation that we were doing. So the first point is to get the survey that we do after the event, to get all your comments to see and to gather which are the things that we can improve after this event, which is your feedback in a very active way. After that, we go through the cycle and we collect all the information that you pass to us as focal points and that we collect it as a contact person, and which is our feeling also. And by the end of the event, of the cycle, sorry, we do several lessons learned sessions, which are with first within the team, also with SDM team to see which is their feeling, and then also with you via the survey, and also with the LSSIP expert group, which is a good representation of you, to see what can we get from that. So what did we get this year? We got 370 comments or suggestions in different ways that affecting different parts of the process. So what did we do with that? I think we took into board a big number of the requests. It's 9 out of 10 ratio, which is I think a good ratio, but it's still there's a 9% that we didn't do. And now I will try to go first over the main topics that we are covering on this 91% that we were taken on board, and then I will try to explain why we are not taking the 100. So The first thing was that we tried to push you somehow to start with the cycle, thinking on a little bit before even that the kickoff event, so you can start moving a little bit. And this is what we do by sending you this flyer with the main novelties that we were having during the cycle. This might help you in order to see, okay, these are the new objectives, so maybe I need to contact any special expert in my organization to know that he will be affected by this objective. We also provided the publication of the educational material, which is, I think, a consistent presentation that covers the main areas of how to use and how to work in a very practical and detailed way. I think it's a nice presentation that it's useful, especially for newcomers, but also for people that have been working here for many years. And maybe it's easy always to see which are the novelties in the database and how we can work on that. And also, as many years, we also have the webinar for newcomers that we try to help. And I think you have the recording if you need to send it to your colleagues. So the second point is the timeline. Nancy did a wonderful presentation just now about it, so I won't get any further into it. But the idea of this timeline is that we gather all your inputs. We try to understand all the visions on the cycle. What are your main issues? Which are the main problems that you might have with it? Which are also our constraints and limitations that sometimes we need to coordinate with the experts or so on. And we try to get to a point that it's something that we can feel all comfortable into this process. And finally, we've been doing since just the last day of the last cycle, we've been working a lot in the LSSIP Plus database to make a lot of improvements that have been deployed until yesterday. So the idea is that we will not be implementing any further improvement during the cycle. So this will allow you to not have, or at least to not have any impact or any bug that will create in the database. So it should be smooth and easy during the cycle. And if we get any potential malfunction during it, it will be easier to tackle it and to go through it. I will not go through all the points that you have in the database and all the improvements, but Marina will do it later during the afternoon. So I don't want to really spoil her presentation, and I think that you can see some of the points that she will address in the blue box in the slide. So at the same time, we've been also working in a parallel stream with the simplified planning, trying to provide better explanations for you, because we saw during the last cycle that for some families' objectives, maybe there was more information that was required from our side and from your side to better understand how to report and how to finally get to complete one objective. So this is something that I think it's been a nice work, and you will be able to see it in the plan and in all the documents that you can use for the cycle. The following one is the SharePoint. With this, I'm really happy because I'm not a big fan of Internet Explorer. So now we have a much nicer platform, I must say. I think it's very handy, and it's really easy to work in it. And now you can use other browsers, which sometimes I know it was a limitation because some companies has some constraints about it, and so I think it's easier now to work on the SharePoint. And you will see, if you didn't get into it yet, you will see that it's I think goes fluenter than the past version. And finally, we got some comments on the presentations. As you already even asked, there are some questions regarding if the presentation will be available. We are going to publish them in the web page. They are also already in the SharePoint, and we try to reassess all the presentations that we are making during the day, just to see if they are something meaningful for you, and we think if it's something that might help you in the deployment of the cycle. So finally, let's go to the bad part, let's say. Why did we not take into account all the feedback? Okay, so the first thing is that sometimes we get some comments that we don't understand, honestly. We need some clarification, because maybe it's really clear for the one that is published in the comment, but for us, sometimes it's kind of difficult. So this is why we really encourage you, when you fill in a survey, to put your contact details. We are not going to hunt you in a bad way. I think nobody can say so. But we really sometimes when we don't understand something, we go to that person and we say, hey, can we have a short meeting just to see how we can clarify this? And this is really good for us, because in the end maybe we can go for the green side and we can go for the ones that we are addressing. And then we have other limitation, let's say, in order to address all the comments that we would like. Mainly it's because we are developing at the same time a new platform for the future to work in a better way than our current LSSIP database, that will be able to handle all the needs for the unified reporting indeed, and that it will be made for that purpose and will have better conditions, let's say, for the working arrangement. So sometimes when we get some of your points, we say, okay, this is a great point, but our current database, when we talk to our developers, they say this is impossible to put it in place in the current system that we have. So we take note, we put it for the future, and that's it. And there are some others that we can't take into account because they are maybe too complex, and we can't. We have a limited resources in terms of time, but also in terms of developers. So if we do some of them, then we wouldn't be doing some of the others that we have implemented that maybe we prioritize because we consider they are more important. So this is all from my side. I will now give the floor to my colleague Cazal to explain his best practices. You can tell me, and I can pass the slides for you, I think, or because.
Great, if you would, Javier. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me okay.
Yeah, perfectly.
Okay, lovely. Yeah. Thanks a lot. Given that I speak quite quickly, being from Ireland, I'm going to try and slow myself down by saying that framing where I want to go with this is that I was raised a good Catholic, and like all good Catholics, the most important commandment is the ninth commandment, thou shalt not lie. So I'm trying to be here as a source of truth as much as anything else. But funnily enough, as you grow older, even as a Catholic, you learn that there are things called white lies, which is maybe something that you bring to how you do your work. But more importantly, I'm sort of putting myself up as a true believer in LSSIP and in the database and in the portal and in everything that it now delivers. Having come from when I first got involved in this in 2015, it was still a very manual process, and it has evolved ever since then to where we are today. And that's really where I'm coming from. It's more the human side of where I see the really, really good and best practices coming. And the religious references will stop there. I'm not here to evangelize. I'm hoping that I can just share my experience, which I'm sure is not unique. So straight into the system. And again, there's that word truth or honesty, which apparently is quite a lonely word, but nonetheless, I have really seen the evolution of the database in LSSIP as being the single source of truth. And I mean that insofar as the more accurate the data that's input, the better the accurate and more accurate the data that comes out of the system is for us as ANSPs or for any of the individual stakeholders in the overall process. I have really found that the ability to generate reports from the system and tailor those reports so that they can be tailored in turn for individual audiences within the ANSP is a really, really big plus. And insofar as a really practical example, I took last year looking at the objectives that had the nearest deliverable target date and packaged them in one report so that it could go to the individual parts of my organization so that I could get clear answers. And that's in stark contrast with when I first became involved with the LSSIP process, where it was as though I was a single operator or a single source of data. And in turn, that's where the white lies started to come in, because you want to try and show that you're best and best in class. So accurate data in, accurate data out is my clear message. And in turn, the generation of reports based on that data can really, really inform relevant project teams with great detail. The ability to tailor that output also for me is key, because it does start to show you the differences between the SDM, the local solutions, the local objectives, the CP1s, the EU, the non-EU. So it's really, really easy now for me to start tailoring and extracting data that is useful in order to in turn inform specific stakeholder line of actions. And I mean that from the point of view that I represent the ANSP, but I'm dealing with the Airport Authority in Dublin, I'm also dealing with some of our military colleagues and dealing with the technical end of services around project delivery. The usability and familiarity is something I really need to pay credit to on the system as it stands right now. And it has been born from the evolution of what I've seen, and I trust it absolutely. Again, not evangelizing. I have developed a huge amount of trust in the system. I've been brought along as well. It has forced me to evolve, and I would recommend that anybody who is involved with the LSSIP process embraces that evolution and see where it takes you. It was mentioned already around the warnings and the CRs. I would say, based on my experience over the last 2 years, particularly, trust the warnings. They really work. And they work insofar as it really drives us as an ANSP, in my scenario, to address these and to make sure that the data is accurate and updated. I really believe that the database does help in managing information rather than having to have a deep technical understanding, because having a better understanding of where the individual objectives need to be directed to stakeholders allows that information becomes back more accurate, rather than 6 years ago, I was the person who was annoying the technical services people, saying, what's the answer to this? What's the answer to that? I didn't need to have the technical understanding. I just needed an accurate answer. And to get an accurate answer, you manage the information to ask a more accurate question. And that's something I firmly believe that the system delivers. Next slide, please, Javier. Thanks. So as you'll have seen, I'm all about the human in what I'm trying to present here, and I kept it very short to 2 slides. I hope I'm making some sense. And I just wanted to do a before and after kind of a scenario. So before, the single focal point relied on broad data gathering from multiple sources, and that led to white lies, which is my first reference. It meant that I also was chasing data to try and, force people to give me data, and invariably the quality of the data that was received was questionable at best and didn't always reflect well in the database itself. I don't believe that there are shortcuts. There weren't shortcuts then, there aren't shortcuts now. But what it does prove to me is that by developing the team that work on LSSIP, me as the focal point, assistance from colleagues in network management, assistance from individual colleagues in various technical areas, so that I can correctly tailor and focus questions to them in order to get the best results. Right now, CP1 does allow for prioritization of tasks and objectives. Again, it's around filtering and tailoring the output from the database to better inform our individual project teams that here's a deliverable by this date, where are we, where is it going to take us? And as a slight aside, I would like to pay tribute to the system in involving SDM, and in turn, it gave the conduit for SDM to engage with me and some of my colleagues around an objective that on the face of it seemed to have a critical deliverable date that was in question and that was a risk. And that in turn drove interaction that allowed us to better explain where we are and how close we were to completing the objective. And that information flow is something that I have to give credit, derived from the LSSIP Plus database and the fact that it covers a lot of agencies and stakeholders and brings everybody together. I have that larger team now with multiple expertise, ultimately delivers better product and better input into the database, which is something I really stick with. The database itself allows for better ownership for us as an ANSP and how we interact with the other stakeholder and the stakeholder line of action in ensuring that we're showing the best picture and the most accurate picture of where we are across the range of objectives. And lastly, I really strongly believe that air traffic management is, in my scenario, is something that is project delivered or has project timelines and deliverables, but the project management element of it is something that can sometimes be a little bit weaker, whereas what I've found is LSSIP database with specific deliverable targets and objectives allows the project management element of these projects to be better served in that we have a date, where are we as regards the stakeholder line of actions and meeting those criteria. So overall, I hope I don't come across as too evangelistic, but I really am a true believer in LSSIP, and I hope that came across in what I've shared with you now. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Cathal. Thanks, Javier. What I recall is a few things for you to recall is that most of the recommendations were taken on board, a few not, and so the plea, as Javier said, next time always put your name, put your administration, so we can come back, because we really want, we take care of the inputs. Second thing is, at this time we have even more supporting material, improved timeline, improved tools, so we'll look at it. And what I hear from Katal is that, and I take his slides, which I only saw this morning, that the LSIP Plus database is the single source of truth. I didn't know it, but it's a nice one to hear. Now, thanks for that, for these nice words, Katal. Comments from the floor on this topic? Yes, Martin.
Martin Stieber from Master Control. Actually, the slides of the Irish colleague spoke directly out of my heart. Well, it's on, actually. Okay, sorry. Once more. Martin Stieber, Austro Control. The slides of the Irish colleague spoke directly out of my heart to say, I've seen the database growing for the last decades, and especially the multitude of technical options and offers for the various stakeholders is a really a good job you have done, and everybody is now have profits of that, and especially the reporting principles of extracting the reports for various possibilities is a very good option for, because each stakeholder has still different digitalization levels, and for this purpose this reporting is a very good feature. So thanks a lot.
Thanks for the kind words, Martin. And I think it goes all to the team who put a lot of effort on that to be ready even today for the next updates. And by the way, remember that also, I think Javier said that for the database, no updates for in the cycle. So we made sure everything is stable before. Further comments, questions? None online. So then I think we were foreseen to break, and we gave you 15 minutes, but it's a good thing. You have even now 7 minutes more. We'll reconvene sharp at 11:45 with the colleagues from SDM to speak about their beloved subject, CP1, ours, everybody's. So coffee break for those online. You can take a coffee also. For the people here, we have the pots, and we see you back 45. Thank you very much. Well, I think let's start. I think there was an issue with the coffee, but for those who are still taking coffee, they will come along. So now the next topic is the colleagues from SDM. As you know, SDM is now in this house in Eurocontrol. We work really day to day together, but we said we have one section where everything is about CP1 topics, and that will be given by 3 speakers, 2 from the colleagues from SDM and 1 from in our unit, starting Eric Locke, then Ramon Raposo, and then Flaminia Barelli. Floor is yours, Eric.
Thank you very much. Good morning. I think it's still valid. My name is Eric Locke. I'm head of the strategy and technical execution in the SESAR Deployment Manager. Really a pleasure to be here and to open this session on the CP1 implementation. So as you know, the CP1 regulation lays down a set of 6 ATM functionalities to be implemented across European ATM network up to 2027. This year or this reporting cycle is especially important and relevant because this is the first time at the end of the year that we reach the first regulatory deadline set in the CP1. So this makes it a really special LSIP monitoring. One important tool to implement CP1 is the SESAR Deployment Program, as it really is a common work plan to all operational stakeholders involved in the deployment of CP1. It clearly defines the scope of the implementation activities, the synchronization needs, and the suggested deployment approach. So it really answers 2 important questions: what to deploy, why to deploy, who has to deploy, and by when. It is also important to mention that the unified reporting is possible due to the alignment between the SESAR Deployment Program families and the ATM Master Plan objectives. But the SESAR Deployment Program does not only define what has to be implemented, but also where these elements should be deployed. And also here, depending on the specific features of the technologies, the geographical scope is defined either at the country level or at airport level. So in total, we have 7 sub-ATM functionalities, which are only apply to airports. And all the rest of the sub-ATM functionalities are mandated on a country level. This is also what you see here on the pictures, what is illustrated. The main change for this LSIP monitoring cycle, reporting cycle, is that Norway this time is included. So Norway is also monitored due to the bilateral agreements between the European Commission and Norway. So the SESAR Deployment Program 2022 was recently approved by the European Commission in September this year. And there are specific enhancements which have been introduced in this new SESAR deployment program in order to better clarify the available options for the stakeholders to get implemented and to comply with the CP1 regulation. It has already these changes these enhancements which affect also the LSIP monitoring have already been introduced by Luca. These are mainly 2. The first one affects the management and of predefined airspace configurations, where we have splitted the deployment milestone into 2. So basically, deployment milestone A and deployment milestone B. Here specifically defines either to adapt the system to support the management of predefined airspace configuration and scenarios, or to use the network management system and applications. The second one, which also affects the LSIP monitoring, is the interactive rolling network operation plan. Here, deployment milestones have been added for airport operators. It is to use the network management technical platform and the network management B2B services. So starting from this monitoring cycle, also the airport operators are requested to report the status of the implementation according to this new deployment milestone. And of course, the list of airport operators, I will not go through it. You can also find it on that slide, and of course in the LSIP monitoring tool.
Thank you, Eric. So good morning, everyone. We'll now try to, let's say, navigate through the waters of how this process affects the SDM, how this tool is used by the SESAR Deployment Manager, and how we can work together, let's say, to make sure that this unified reporting in the LSIP Plus tool can suit us all in our different commitments. My name is Ramon Raposo, and I am the monitoring and execution coordinator at the SESAR Deployment Manager. So basically, Eric has already presented about the peculiarities of the SESAR Deployment Program 2022, and I will take you through to the rest of the points that affect the SDM and explain how we can work together. First is about the peculiarities of the monitoring of the SESAR Deployment Program, hence the regulation, the Common Project 1. Which are the special cases and detailed questionnaires. Then Flaminia Varelli will talk us about one crucial point about this process, which is the SDP monitoring output. How we monitor also, how we bring together the airspace users and the network manager into the full picture of how the regulation is evolving. And then I will finalize with the SDP Monitoring View 2021, which is the, let's say, the crystallization of all the data that will be received into a comprehensive report. And finally, the risk management plan. So I will start with how the SDP, the SESAR Deployment Program, is monitored and how the SDM can fulfill with our regulatory requirement to report to the European Commission on how things are evolving. So we do it through the gaps. So first, the operational stakeholders by the regulation are mandated to provide with the relevant information concerning the implementation of the deployment program, and this you do through the LSIP Plus tool. This data enables us to elaborate this comprehensive understanding of how the deployment is moving, tracking the overall progress of the regulation, and identify the activities that are still needed. This methodology of the gaps allow us to provide this picture. And it's not only a static picture, it's also an evolving picture. By applying a consistent methodology in aggregating the data, we are not only able to say how are things now, but we are also able to compare how things were last year, how things are moving next year, because we need to make sure that we support you all in making sure that the regulation is implemented in time. The CP1 gap, what it is? The implementation gap is a combination of a technical and operational element to be deployed. These are the ATM functionalities, sub-ATM functionalities of the regulation, the SESAR Deployment Program families, in specific geographic locations where they shall be deployed. In general, this will be airports and countries. And according to the provisions of the CP1 regulation, these are also specific to airspace users and the network manager. I will explain later on how we do this together. So according to the scope and the provisions of the program, these gaps can be clustered into 5 different categories. Those are the 5 columns that you see in this particular matrix. On the rows, you can see the different ATM functionalities from AF1 to AF6. So extended AMAN and DMAN integrated, AF2 the airport integration and throughput, AF3 the free route and airspace management, AF4 cooperative network management, AF5 SWIM, and AF6 initial trajectory information sharing. It's important to explain why the AF6 is grayed out. In line with what was explained by Luca earlier on, these are initial objectives on the ATM master plan. What it means on the SDM side is that AF6, this ATM functionality, is subject to a maturity gate. So R&D work is ongoing, and for that reason, we are still not in the position to monitor its evolution through LSIP. That's the reason why it's not going to be monitored. Those are initial objectives, and also this year, we will not perform this detailed questionnaire on the DLS status. So you can see how this matrix combines together these results on CP1 gap examples, which could be AMAN, DMAN in Paris-Charles de Gaulle, the implementation of 312, which is management of predefined airspace configurations in Spain. Some other examples that could be found is 421, which is the interactive rolling knob for the network manager, the implementation of airspace management and advanced flexible use of airspace for the airspace users. And there is one particular peculiarity in the domains of SWIM, which is this common SWIM PKI and cybersecurity, which is let's say a transversal implementation, common implementation that affects us all in the same way. So it cannot be allocated to individual countries or airports. So this is it. Which are the gaps? So how do we monitor the gaps, and how do we do this with the stakeholders? So the information regarding the status of implementation is based on one particular element, which on the SESAR deployment program are called the deployment milestones. On the ATM master plan, those are called the stakeholder lines of actions. Basically, we have ground gaps are reported in the LSIP Plus tool. Whereas, I was mentioning before already, the airspace users and the NM gaps, the network manager gaps, are reported through dedicated questionnaires. You can see the three blocks there. The ground gaps for the ANSP, Aeronautical Information Service Provider, airport operator, and the MED provider. Everything, all the information is channeled through LSIP, reported just once. The airborne gaps is done through the dedicated questionnaires, and then for the network manager, we also cooperate together to make sure that the network manager does not have to do also any sort of double reporting. So we do this together through an ad hoc questionnaire. And now let's go into the bottom of this slide, which is the civil and military coordination. If you had to remember just one thing from my presentation, I think it should be this. When there are some specific deployment milestones which are connected to the civil ANSPs and to the military ANSPs. The way that we have defined to do this in order to get let's say a reasonable picture as an output is that when the families identified military ANSPs are an impacted stakeholders, both civil and military we are asking you all to coordinate a single input on the deployment status in LC Plus on the civil side. So whenever there is a civil and a military side, we ask you to coordinate, try to come up with an unified picture and provide that in LSIP, this unified picture. Why we are doing that? Because there is a massive interdependency between the civil and the military. And the variabilities between country to country in what is the relevance or what is the weight of the civil or the military ANSP versus the civil changes from country to country. So we were not able to identify a single algorithm that represents the peculiarities of every single country. So we believe that you are the ones best placed to know what is, let's say, the overall picture on the status of the deployment per country. In any case, this will be further developed in the presentation from EDA, but if there is something to be, just one thing to be remembered is this. A unified picture is requested on the civil side whenever there is a civil and military ANSP involved in this. Then for the military, ADA will further develop on this. So the deployment milestone, for every deployment milestone, and in turn for every gap, the operational stakeholder, so you are invited to provide the status of the activities and all the necessary information. So let's start with the status of the deployment milestones. The status of the deployment milestones can be completed, fairly straightforward, when all the respective checkpoints and all the activities are fully done and achieved. Ongoing, when the activity has already started, but it has not been completed, so it's ongoing. Planned can be, the status plan can be assigned to all the activities linked to the deployment milestones when they have not started yet, but there are either plans to do them or commitment to execute them. This is an important element to be taken care of, because now there is a regulation behind information provided in LSSIP. It's important that if you have plans or commitments to make sure that you will deploy in time, you show it properly in the LSSIP tool. Not yet planned is when there are no specific plans to deploy the deployment milestones. And then finally, the not applicable, which is when the activity related to the deployment milestones are not within the stakeholder responsibilities. In general, this is, let's say, a strange case for the regulated objectives, because in principle, all the deployment milestones are defined in such a way that they are in general applicable, but there could be cases. What we suggest you to do is, if you think that they are not applicable, feel free to go ahead, provide a meaningful explanation, and we will work together to make sure that the information is adequate. And then you will also be asked to provide information about the expected completion dates of the milestones. In order to do that, you simply need to insert the dates in the checkpoints, and then also to identify how the self-funded implementation projects contribute or are contributing to the completed and ongoing milestones. I will go through this a little bit later in time in my presentation. So how will we measure? Because at the end, we need to receive all this information with deep granularity at checkpoint, at deployment milestone level, but we cannot express what is the progress of this regulation in terms of deployment milestones. We need to aggregate. So how will we do it? Through the gaps. And in order to do that, what we need to do is that depending on the nature, scope, and relevance of each milestone, it has been assigned a specific weight to ensure that the progress is adequately tracked. Let's use one example, one random example, family 222. This is the extended airport operations plan. You can see that there are 6 deployment milestones in, let's say, in a chronological or sequential order of implementation. Each one of them has been assigned a specific weight. Some of them as little as 10% for the data quality service, some others as training 25%. The different ways are a subjective evaluation of, in general, how much it is believed that each of those processes can take in terms of effort. As soon as all the deployment milestones are completed, the gap is completed, 100% progress. If you reach as far as deployment milestone 3, we would assign 15% plus 20 plus 10. If I don't get it wrong, this should be 45%. So the collecting information from the relevant operational stakeholders on the status of the deployment milestones allow us to build dedicated views per stakeholder so that we provide this comprehensive picture. And at the end, the overall status of the implementation gaps, the implementation families, the implementation of ATM functionalities, and the overall regulation. Let's continue with this example of extended AOP. We will take family 222 again, as we did before, and also randomly Lisbon Airport as one of the applicable geographical scopes for this particular family. Important to mention that all this data is fictitious. We just put it like this to make sure that we clearly illustrate how the data is aggregated. So in this particular case, we have 2 operational stakeholders involved in the deployment of this particular family, this particular gap for Lisbon. We will collect the data from both, from the ANSP and from the airport operator, and in principle, the weight that it has been assigned is that the weight in the deployment is 50% for each, so 50% for the ANSP, 50% for the airport operator. The data provided by the stakeholder is at deployment milestone, so completed, ongoing, planned, not yet planned. There are several different situations. And basically what we are doing at the end is to aggregate at stakeholder level first, and then finally at gap level. So basically, you can see with the weights of the deployment milestones that we saw before and the weights of the different stakeholders, we are able to combine the information provided by you into stakeholder status, and at the end, on the gap status, which is gap would be 222 Lisbon Airport, we would be able to say that 35 is completed, 5% ongoing, 45% planned, and not yet planned. The most important element for you to be aware of this is that the aggregation is done automatically. You don't have to do anything. You just need to provide information at checkpoint and deployment milestone level. Flaminia will explain you later on how this aggregation is done and where you can find it. But for you to be aware that this aggregation is done and is done automatically by the tool. The tool, it was mentioned by Maria Gracia at the beginning that there was a massive effort performed by both SDM and EUROCONTROL teams done for the LSIP kickoff event of 1 year ago, when the data and the database went through a very substantial change to make sure that we were able to do this unified reporting together. I think the teams worked extremely well together, and basically we made these changes to make sure that the tool was adapted for CP1. This was done more than a year ago. During the course of this year, we continue to perform changes, but those were, let's say, relatively smaller than the ones last year. So the tool is fully adapted. The tool is fully adapted to ensure that we as SDM can make use of the information and that you are adequately guided. So the families and the objectives matching, as mentioned by Eric at the beginning about this unified planning, are clearly shown in the tool so that you can see family 2-1 on the left-hand side, AOP 11.1. We are continuing to, let's say, to learn how each one of us has a different jargon. In one side is AOP, for us is families, but I think we are getting better on this. Also, thanks to the alignment between the SDP and the ATM Master Plan Level 3, the deployment milestones have a corresponding SLOA, as we mentioned before, and the codes can be found in the tool also there. And also the codes and the names of the deployment milestones are also clearly visible. I am sure that you will find it fairly intuitive to identify or to understand what is the meaning of those codes behind. And also for the boundaries of the regulation, of the CP1 regulation within the tool, we also made a significant, we introduced a significant element, which is this CP1 SD button. Basically, for those of you who are affected by the regulation, as soon as you click on that button, the tool will show you which are the objectives which are applicable for you in the frame of the regulation. I hope this functionality can also guide you. And then finally, also, I was mentioning that about the CEF funded projects. So, because at the SESAR Deployment Manager, we are not only responsible for monitoring the CP1 deployment, we are also tasked to support the operational stakeholders in the implementation initiatives related to the CEF funding. And basically, there is a portfolio, 2.7 billion euros, which is coordinated by SDM, is also a critical set of information. We need to make sure that our databases and the information that we have is consistent throughout. At the end, we are all enriching by having this data set combined together, and at the end of the day, I think it prepares us better for example, a future CEF call, as it is the case right now. We are in the process of evaluating the initial proposals, and for this reason, there is no new information in the tool than the one that was last year, because there have no been CEF calls awarded in the meantime. The information that you inserted in the previous year, it has been validated, remains stable, and everything continues to be pre-filled. If there is a CEF awarding between now and the next LSIP kickoff event, we will inform you in due time. There will be changes because there will be new projects, but for the time being, there have been none. This is all to say that in the tool, you will continue to see the connections between the deployment milestones and individual CEF projects coordinated by the SDM. So I have mostly spoken about let's say, the general approach, but there are specific peculiarities. And in these peculiarities, I will start with one. I think these peculiarities were already initiated in the explanation by Luca. Let's start with the extended AMAN, Family 111, which is in general associated to specific airports, hence also to the TMAs. But because of the peculiarities of these families and the fact that the implementation needs to be undertaken, but the area control centers up to a minimum of 180 nautical miles, we need to go beyond the national borders. So because of the peculiarities or the characteristics of the LSIP process, we have to do, on one side, the ATC 15.2 objective. This is for the national ACC. So all the deployment milestones related to the national ATMs or the TMAs between your national, inside your national borders, you can report it here. For the ACCs outside of the national borders, there is a dedicated questionnaire that you can fill in. You can select which is the ACC that is affected, and well, let's say the tool will have a very similar functionality to the tool. The questionnaire will have a very similar look and feel to the one you use in the tool. At the end, then the combination, the aggregation of all this data will be done automatically, also by us on the tool side. So you only need to worry about providing this information. Another peculiarity is the enhanced free route airspace operations, because basically, I guess you are aware that in the regulation there is a small difference. There is the implementation of initial free route and enhanced free route. Initial free route allows some horizontal limitations, some time limitation. It only requires to be deployed within the national boundaries. Enhanced free route requires no limitations and cross-border. So there are some elements that at a simple glance with the logic of the tool cannot be captured unless we do a dedicated questionnaire, which I am sure you will find it fairly, let's say, easy to grasp. But and the information will be already populated in the tool for you based on the information that you provided last year. And then finally, the special cases that were already introduced by Luca, but I guess that there are some elements that deserve a little bit of repetition. So there are some specific families where you have two options to deploy, option A and option B. Those are presented in the file. I will not step much more in this slide because you already heard about it. It was just to, let's say, to reinforce this message. You can choose one or the other, or you can choose both in case you desire or you define that one of them will work as a backup. And then we come to the SDP monitoring output. This part of the presentation will be done by Flaminia Barelli from EUROCONTROL, and I just want to say that this is a very important element. This is the output, the aggregation that I was mentioning that we are doing before, and it's a cornerstone of how our different processes can work together with a simple data set. So without further ado, Flaminia.
Hello everyone, I'm Flaminia Barelli, and as Ramon said, I'm going to talk you through today the SESAR Deployment Program monitoring output. So let's first start with a little introduction. So what is it? It's a dashboard, it's a dynamic tool. It's something that shows the implementation, the current status of implementation of the SESAR Deployment Program. The dashboard is a bit complex, okay, but it provides different views to the users. So of course it shows the status of all the SDP families, but as well the status of the different services that we find in F5 for SWIM. And we added on top of that a view per country where each focal point can check the status of the SDP implementation by country, so it's an easier and consolidated view. And then finally a view for the network manager related gaps. When I said it's a dynamic dashboard, the reason why, it's because it's refreshed 3 times a day. So it is really dynamic. It's something that updates the moment you update your data in the LT+. So you update a milestone, you update the status at stakeholder level, at state level. The dashboard takes that into consideration. At specific times of the day, you will find already the result showing, for example, the next day. But the most important part that I want to really stress today is the fact that it is a tool that you need to use to consult the data that it's finally being consolidated into the SDP monitoring view. So it allows you to actually, during the cycle, check and recross-check the data that you are inputting in the LC Plus database before it gets consolidated into the monitoring view elaborated by SDM next year. But okay, now let's go into where you can find it actually. So the dashboard is embedded into the LC Plus database. So it's sufficient for you to access the tool, to go under the Analytics tab, and then the monitoring output, the SDP monitoring output, will be the last item you see on the list. So earlier on, I said we have different views in this dashboard. So a family view, a country view, and a network manager view. So let's start first with a family view. So you will have two kinds. First of all the views for the airport families. So examples could be the extended daemon, AMAN-DAEMON integration, initial daemon, and so on. So in the end here, you will have the gaps at airport level. Then you will have all pages for country families. So that can be, for example, free route or swim. So in the end, your gaps will be, again, at country level. Then, as anticipated before, you have a country view. So in this example you see on the screen, you see Netherlands and all the gaps related to Netherlands. Finally, a view for the network manager with all the gaps applicable for NM. How to navigate this dashboard? So at the bottom of the screen, you have all the tabs available for the dashboard. So they're organized mainly by AF, but also you will find tabs for the AF5 services, for the network manager, and for the country view. But very much important, the top of the screen. So in each page, you have the SESAR Deployment Manager logo on the left hand side of the page here. If you click on that, that will allow you to navigate through the page that you're shown. So for example, if you click on F1 and you click on the SDM logo, then you will see all the pages available for AF1. So in this case, we have extended daemon and AMAN-DAEMON integration, families 111 and 121. On the right-hand side of the screen instead, you will have the same approach for the country view. So you click on the logo and you will have all the countries shown for you to pick what you need to look at. And then the arrow, so it's either black or white depending on where you are, allows you to hide back the menu in case you want to, for example, print out the page that you are looking at. But what is the real content of these pages? So first of all, for the family views, you have a header, of course. There's a title, the title of the family. You have a high-level counter that shows you the CP1 target date, the expected implementation date of the entire family, and the total number of closed and open gaps, depending on whether it's an airport or a country. Then on the right-hand side, you see the map, so showing the different gaps and their progress. So the percentage of progress that has been calculated with the methodology that Ramon explained earlier on. Then on the bottom left-hand side, you have a table with the list of gaps for that specific family, their progress broken down into the 4 pieces: completed, ongoing, planned, and not yet planned, the expected implementation date of that gap, and the status at stakeholder level. So in this example, you see just the NSP, but of course, if there are multiple stakeholders involved in that family, you will see the status of each of those. Then on the bottom right-hand corner, the network manager status whenever is applicable. So usually F3, F4, of course, and other families as relevant. So that was a family view. Now, how does a country view look like? Similar approach. So you have a header with the country title and some high-level counters, the list of airport and country gaps that have, of course, the same data that you saw in the family view. And then at the bottom of the page, you will find a list of CEF projects that were awarded to stakeholders headquartered in that country up until now, as Ramon explained previously. So that list will be, of course, integrated based on the future CEF calls. And then final view, the network manager view with the list of gaps belonging to network manager and their status. So same structure as the other views. And that is pretty much all. But so to conclude, and before handing back the floor to Ramon, I would like to stress again the fact that this dashboard is really important. It's important because it allows you to consult the data that you are providing. It allows you to see how the calculations are behaving behind the LC Plus in order for you to check what progress is going to be declared and consolidated into the deliverable built by SDM. And I close with this. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Flaminia. And if I may, I think it's also important because it's human nature to see how you are doing, but how your neighbors are doing as well. So I think it's a very important piece of the tool. We have questions at the end, so I will finalize the presentation. Thanks, I will keep it in mind. So the information that will be gathered by the SDM doesn't stop at the LSSIP Plus tool. It will also contain the information that will be gathered from the network manager, with whom we collaborate closer and closer together, now part of the SESAR Deployment Infrastructure Partnership, and then also from the civil and the military airspace users, because as I was saying before, the SESAR Deployment Program also affects and includes elements that need to be deployed by these two stakeholder categories, network manager and the airspace users, both civil and military with the support of the European Defence Agency. For the airspace users, it will be done through dedicated templates, monitoring templates. It will be done outside of the tool, but for this, this information is more for you to be aware that there is more beyond the LC Plus tool. The fact that we also liaise bilaterally with the airspace users. We will coordinate with them through the specific SDM means. And then finally, the 2 points on how this information will be, how it will be used. Basically, we will do the SDP monitoring view. The SDP monitoring view is the document where we show all the different views, all the different progresses, all the different elements of the regulation that need to be deployed. The monitoring view, in principle, will be delivered towards, in June 2023. There's quite a lot of information in this slide, but I think it's more for those who will review the slides after the event. All the information that you are seeing here is consistent. On the left-hand side, the process leading up to the 8th of March, already presented by Nancy. And then the data, the dates still to be defined on the consultation of the document. The important part here is why I was saying that Flaminia's presentation was so relevant, is because the data in the tool will not be open for consultation. We cannot reopen, we cannot revisit the data that will be in LSSIP because it will be frozen. When we consult the document is about the textual parts of the document. So the information will be provided in due time through the SDM usual means of communication. And then finally, the risk management plan. We will do the SDP monitoring view and after the risk management plan. The risk management plan, the monitoring view and the risk management plan follow yearly cycles. We produce the SDP monitoring view with the data you provide in LSSIP, and then we elaborate the risk management plan. Its goal is to identify all risk and potential delay. So it's about the timely deployment of the SESAR deployment program. You can see there the results of the document that we just delivered to the European Commission at the end of September this year. And you can see that at the end we detected 22 high and very high risks of non-compliance with the regulatory deadlines approaching fast at the end of this year, the first ones. Then there are some others down the road. the deadlines approaching at the end of this year are related to the families shown in this picture. This picture is a slide that I have presented in some other occasions, some other events. It's not about finger pointing. This picture is about showing that there is a need for the SDM to inform about the risks to the European Commission, the risks on non-compliance with the regulation in a timely manner. The information, the risk assessment, in principle, is as good as the information you provide in the tool. For this, I want to emphasize, it is crucial that you provide accurate information in the tool, because that information will then be used to inform the European Commission on the compliance with the regulatory deadlines and how this is done in time. So the main message that I want to transmit about the risk management plan is that we will do it again next year, when after the elaboration of the SDP monitoring view, and the information you provide now is really important for us, the SDM, for you, the operational stakeholders, and at the end for the European Commission. With this, I come to the end of my presentation. Now I will take question, but first I also wanted to thank Danny and all his team for the excellent collaboration of these recent years. So I think there was one question already.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ramon, Eric, and Flaminia. Just a few things I recalled from that is Norway and Oslo are now in CP1 monitoring. You reminded a few changes in the SDP 2022. You spoke about the higher interdependency between military and civil deployment initiatives. The SDP monitoring output you've seen, which Flaminia presented, was only ready early in January this year, and that's why we want to show it. And the risk management, important information. The floor is yours. Questions?
Yes, there is one over there.
Yes, Johan Steinkjer, Avinor. Could you just repeat where we could find this SDM monitoring output? I searched the analytics scroll down menu and I couldn't find it.
Sure, let me see. I think it was in the slides of Flaminia. I'm not sure I can navigate through the slides.
Yeah, so basically you go under the analytics and it's the very last item on the list.
Yeah, but it wasn't there for me.
It's not there.
No, at least not for me.
No. I should see it. Yeah. So.
So, Flaminia, do you want to?
You couldn't find it. You didn't find it. Okay, so. Right.
That's the problem.
That's the thing. We will make it work for you. Thank you.
I think we are all still learning how to combine all the information that we have in the tool. As I was saying before, many changes have been done in the recent months, so it's normal that, I mean, it's common to everyone involved in this process. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that question. And indeed, it's you have to search for it, you have to find the button, click on it. Other questions? I'm looking online because it was a long briefing. Nothing from the floor, nothing online. Okay, then thanks Ramon, thanks Eric, and thanks Flaminia for this briefing. We've had CP1, and now we thought, like last year, it's quite important to speak again about SWIM. Last year, we've had a big presentation, 2 people were speaking. Now, 1 is left, but okay, we have a number of things back to say to you because this A5 is so important, and so we've given 15 minutes or so to Pedro. Pedro, there you go.
Yeah, thank you, Danny, and good afternoon, everyone. So I promise you my briefing will be short and I think to the point, and actually the point that I wanted to bring you today is that actually for the implementation of Family 5, the implementation of SWIM, there is support available. So of course, you know, you are not alone, but there are many channels of support that potentially you are still not using, and I would like to bring you a bit of light to what is available. I have included at least 4 areas where I think you can get support. Probably just to mention one I didn't include is that in the case of you wanted to have a bit more information about what is SWIM, how it is, how do you go from the concept to the implementation. There is a very interesting training at the Aviation Learning Center in Luxembourg. So I think that I encourage you to take that one if you think that will help you already to get a better understanding of what SWIM is. But specifically, if you are implementing SWIM Family 5, there is these 4 places where you can, 4 areas of support that you can use. One, and let's start with the groups. We have already today in SDM, EUROCONTROL, they are using the working arrangements of NM to bring the community together and to progress in the understanding and the definition and implementation of SWIM. So SWIM is a very transversal area, but at the same time, it is very specific once you apply it to a particular domain. You can have from the technology areas, which is applicable to no matter which domain you are using it, to very specific when you apply it, for instance, to flight, to FFIs, filing, for instance, then it becomes very concrete. So that's why we distinguish different groups and different scopes in dealing with this. When we talk about transversal, a single place where you go to know everything about what happens with SWIM, that's the information management team. There we have teams reporting to this one, and you will find the SWIM Tech is the technology group. Yes, where we talk about the protocols that you have to use in the implementation of SWIM. We have other groups that are more specific to the particular domain that we talk about. So we have the A3SG, a group focused on aeronautical information SWIM services. The clone of that format, and then 2 more for flight and collaborative services. And to conclude, it's not AF5, but it's also SWIM. We have in the area of ADSC SWIM ground distribution. We have a dedicated drafting group, which is basically defining how the information, the ADSC information will be disseminated. That is more specific to Family 6. So those are the groups. There are groups that are welcoming everyone. I think we have many contributions already on the groups, but they are open for you to understand better and to contribute to the definition of those topics more in detail. Reference material. So we have a wealth of reference material that we can classify it in different areas. As we said, there is SWIM, there are things which are specific to the domains, like AIM, MET, cooperative network, and flight. So those we said what we call the service-specific reference material, and I will cover this in the slides a little bit later. And then we have the foundational elements. So those are the technologies. How do you describe your services? How you apply the service-oriented approach? So there we have specifications and supporting material. If we go with the transversal, the specifications, these are the main specifications that we use today in the implementation of all the SWIM services. One in them is the yellow profile, is the one that provides you the protocols and technologies. We have one for information definition, and another one that helps you in describing your services. Guidance material. There is a dedicated website. In this website, you will find for all these areas, transversal areas, you will find a better understanding of what is SWIM doing in those areas. And you will have a set of articles that help you in your implementation. For instance, you have articles that tells you a step approach for the implementation of services. There are some articles more on providing a common glossary, a common vocabulary. But potentially you can go up to the reference implementation. What we did here is we build or develop and make open source available to all of you. An implementation with the protocols that are required to implement SWIM. It's available in GitHub. You can download it, install it, use it, but it's mostly to show you how would you use it in terms of finding guidance, mostly more than actually reusing the actual prototype itself. It's nothing more than a prototype, but it will illustrate very clearly what we mean. And it puts something which might be seen at certain elements theoretical into something that is implementable, up and running, and that you can use. So we also have, and this is specifically useful for those that consume services. So in SWIM, there is always the two sides of the SWIM implementation. There is the implementer of the service and the consumer of the service. So you will find somebody implementing the flight filing service, and then the users that will use it to submit flights. So this is always the two sides of it. All the services are documented in the European SWIM registry. So if you are a consumer, there is not better documentation than going and finding the service you need to consume, and then they will explain you everything that you need to do to use and connect and use that service. If we were talking about specific guidance in a concrete domain, this is not important, the elements in the slide, but it's mostly to tell you that we go to the level of detail that is required to clarify what is needed for CP1 implementation. So this comes out of the group A3Z, the Aeronautical Information Service Group. Here we go in the details. We take the roles identified in CP1 and the SESAR Deployment Program. We identify the information flows. We identify the scope of information to be exchanged, and we design a service that it is later on can be used for the harmonized deployment. So we take all the steps, and we take all the steps with the community. So ultimately, following this group, you will find everything to all the detail that you require for the implementation of those services. Now let's talk maybe less about what is available to guide you, but let's do it, and let's do it together. And we have here the common projects. So I think if this is also very, very recent, since actually this beginning of the month, we are already starting to put together a few projects that will allow all the stakeholders that are concerned with, in this case, SWIM, will allow multi-stakeholder implementation activity. So I will bring the light to two of those projects, and I think it's very important, and they are very timely projects, because I think there is not much more chances to if we don't take these projects that are putting all these partners in together and using the resources and sharing resources potentially. We are starting to approach the difficult time and the difficulty of not reaching the deadline, which is in 2025. So I think it's maybe very important for you to see if those projects are relevant for you, because we are having meetings right now trying to put all the partners together. Concretely, we talk about this acceleration of aeronautical digital information availability, the ACADIA project. This is about the implementation of the AIM services. We have more than 20 partners in the meeting that we have this afternoon, when we are trying to group together so that we can find the most efficient way of implementing these CP1 objectives for AIM. So this is concretely on 3 of the AIM services. It's the one on the digital note and aeronautical information feature service and aerodrome mapping. So this is the scope of the project. It can allow you 100% coverage of that part of the gap. And the other part on AIM is specific to the airspace management. So this is also the other set of services that are also part of AIM, but are specific to airspace management. And concretely here is the airspace reservation and the displays of airspace reservation in the ATC, in the controller working position. So this and the other project give you 100% of the coverage of the AIM services. So I think they are very, very interesting projects, and we are just now actually discussing with the stakeholders, because only in 2 weeks we need to define who's members of those projects. So if you think these are projects that are relevant for you, I think it's actually in the coming days, it will be good to hear from you if you haven't done so. So that's about the projects, and I think that to conclude, and certainly probably the most relevant in this group, is what are we doing also to improve LSIP, to even provide you better guidance so that you know what are the steps that you need to take when implementing and also reporting. So new from this year, we are going to look at a number of services that we see that there is the potential to that we need to understand a little bit better. So what we have done is to come with the same milestones as before, same checkpoints. However, the checkpoints are now more explicit on what we would like to know about the implementation, because at the same time, it's not only helping us understand better what is the status of the implementation, it will guide you also in the implementation of the projects. And concretely, we have, and this is part of the educational material of LSSIP, you will find that we have now two elements, one supporting the provision of services and the consumption. So there you will find now a little bit more extra details on what you need to do for all the checkpoints to help you in the implementation of the milestones. So just as I promised, I was going to keep it short, and that's basically the what I wanted to share with you in this presentation. So back to you, Danny.
Thank you, Pedro. What I recall from your presentation is you're not alone, and that there's 4 areas of support: the groups, reference material, 2 common projects, and a slight update of the LSSIP reporting. So any questions from the floor or from the audience, from online? Luca is asking the floor, so I will give it to him.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Maybe just to point out for those of you and your experts that would like to join in these common projects, how do they physically get in contact to you? Do they go through their through their contact persons directly to you, Pedro, or how do they do this?
Maybe to facilitate, it can be through me at this stage, but I will make sure that it goes to where it belongs. We have these 2 specific projects, but for the matter of now spontaneously providing a contact point, it can come through me, and I will dispatch accordingly. I'm part of both projects, and I'm coordinating one of those, so I will make sure that it gets where it needs to be.
Okay, thanks for that one. No further comments, none. Thanks a lot, Pedro, for that feedback. People can swim better now. The last presentation before the lunch break is from Servan. She will speak about the EDA view on CP1 monitoring. Floor is yours, Servan.
Thank you, Danny. Let me check. Yes, thank you. So my name is Servan Voflussier. I'm working at the European Defence Agency, and I'm in charge of Single European Sky Regulation. And today I will give you this quick presentation. I know you have received a lot of presentations so far, so it's the last one before lunch. I will try to be short and efficient for that purpose. Just to start with, just to remind everyone of what are the requirements stemming from CP1 regulation in relation to the military. What does the military have to do in terms of CP1 and SESAR deployment? Here you can see that obviously the focus is IF3, and I've just taken an extract from the SESAR Deployment Manager, stakeholder deployment roadmaps. And here it depicts the families that are mandatory for implementation by the military INSP, the light blue part, and in pink is the ones that are related to military airspace users. So obviously I've extracted as well the text from CP1 on this, saying that civil and military INSPs airspace users and the network manager must synchronize the implementation of system and procedural changes necessary for ASM and free route airspace according to the deployment program. So it's just to remind everybody of this requirement for the military. because it might be the case that some of our military colleagues, unfortunately, are not so well aware of this legal obligation. Now, looking at I5 and SWIM, you can see again the same picture with the requirements, both for the military authority and for the military airspace users, and the families that are applicable to them. The regulatory basis here is a bit less specific. It just says that member states must ensure that civil or military cooperation is run to the extent required by point 3.2 of Annex 8 to the EASA basic regulation. And just to say that if you read this point 3.2 that you certainly do not know by heart, you will find that there is a requirement for the ATM systems and constituents to ensure appropriate interoperability for the exchange of information related to flights between the military and the civil side. So this is what the military is required to do. I have 6, I will not spend time because I think that the presentations before have shown that here the requirements are less clear at this stage. So just to keep in mind that in the future, we hope that at some stage we will get to a point of deploying F6 as well on the military side, both for NSPs and airspace users. In terms of why I speak here today on behalf of the military community and what is EDA role in this context, you might not be aware if you are on the civil side. Hopefully the military colleagues should be aware that the regulation 409/2013 on the governance of SESAR deployment has highlighted the importance of SESAR deployment in relation to the military, that there should be a close coordination to avoid any adverse impact on defense capabilities. And then the Commission shall involve for that purpose the European Defence Agency to facilitate the coordination of military views from and in support of the member states and relevant military organizations on SESAR deployment, and inform military planning mechanisms of the requirements stemming from SESAR deployment. And last but not least, the deployment manager shall coordinate with the military to avoid any adverse impact on national and collective defense capabilities. So here it's just this last point is to say that indeed we have put in place a memorandum of understanding between EDA and the SESAR Deployment Manager to ensure that this last task is appropriately covered and addressed. So we try to avoid any detrimental impact, but I would like to say that it's not only on the negative side, but also to take some opportunities as well from the military side related to SESAR deployment. So this was just the background for a bit of reminding everybody of these different requirements. Now for today, I think we have a key message to pass to you. You heard from Ramon's presentation before, the reporting for all stakeholders impacted by CP1 is essential, but also mandatory. And as part of this, military stakeholders, as described before, are also subject to this requirement. And they have to report data on CP1 deployment. And it's important to build this complete picture of SESAR deployment, but also to identify the gaps and potential adverse impact on the military in case we see increasing divergence between civilian and military pace of deployment. We could imagine that the civil side is moving ahead very well, it's almost green or dark green, very well, all gaps are completed. But then what about the military side? If we were speaking about I3, airspace management, obviously this cannot be achieved without the military stakeholders involved. So if we would see on this picture, civil side, very well advanced, full green, no gaps, but then the military stakeholders or military NSPs are not reporting anything of or are with no planning information. Then maybe on the civil side, there should be like a wake-up call to say, okay, there is something wrong going here. So obviously there is something strange. So what I would like to say is, obviously in this context, it's important to get some accurate military reporting data to build a clear picture of SESAR deployment status. And in the framework of this LSSIP Plus 2022 reporting, I have two messages specifically. The first one is to recall what Ramon explained, which is that you know that you have to report a coordinated input for families where you have civil and military INSPs impacted. Like for the IF3, for instance, there are several families where both civil and military INSPs are required to implement. And here, the request made is to have one single coordinated input to provide a state view of the status of INSP's deployment. So this is important. It will require coordination at national level between the civil INSP and the military INSP to come together to say, okay, maybe the civil side is a bit more advanced, the military side is a bit less, but in total, let's say we are more or less on track. So we say that we are, well, light green, so in the status of deployment. But what I would like to pass as an additional message to the one already given by Ramon, and this is very important, and I would like to just draw your attention on this point, is that we still would need military stakeholders' inputs in a separate way. Why? Because indeed, if we only get this merged picture of the civil and military NHPs together, it gives us the state view. But it's as important to get as well the military status of deployment as a separate input. And what we would like to ask is if this could be done either directly by the military stakeholders, by providing this directly in the tool, or going to the civil side, depending on how you are organized at national level. If you have a single point of contact for LSSIP reporting and so on. Just to say that in addition to this single coordinated input, we would like to get the military input on their specific families that I've shown before, where they have something to implement. And I think here is an example, but I just would like to expand a little bit on why we ask this. Obviously here, EDA is a bit acting to support the military community. We need to know if there are growing divergences in terms of civil and military deployment. Because if this is the case, we can help the military stakeholders in getting opportunities or getting opportunities for funding, be it through the SEF calls or be it through other military funding mechanisms like SEF, I mean the military mobility or other tools that we have on the military side. So this is important because then if we have a clear picture that the military is maybe lagging a bit behind, then there is a need for the military and for EDA to support them to catch up the pace of deployment. So this is really a key message I would like to pass. And also, obviously, we need to keep track of progress so that we can bring on board. I mean, if we see that some of the military stakeholders are not at all planning anything, this is a risk for deployment that we need to highlight to them by showing that the civil side is moving and that if they stay disconnected, they will have some risk when they operate and when they do their mission. So this is also highly critical in terms of the requirements we saw stemming from the CP, from the governance of SESAR deployment to mitigate any risk on operations and training from the military. So that's why this request is, again, just please ask, if you are the civil side, please ask your military colleagues to provide their separate input in addition to the coordinated input. Or if there are some military colleagues connected, I've seen some, then that they also provide this input separately. And here I would like to conclude my presentation by two examples. On the left-hand side, you can see an example where you can see one member state view on the status of deployment, where it's, let's say, merged, and you can see migration of LARA on European's network, final test expected in February 2022, and so on. So here it's a merged view. So for EDA and for the media point of view, we don't get much from this. We cannot know what is the status on the military side. Whereas if we look at the bottom bottom side of the slide, you can see another example where we find it much more usable for a purpose, where we have for the NSPs the merge input in the first line, progress not applicable, and then the second line saying that it's not applicable, but then it explains why this is not applicable in a bit more details. So for us, it's really useful to have this level of granularity in the LSSIP Plus tool, and by having the military stakeholders providing this separate input and injecting it in the tool, well, either themselves or through the LSSIP contact point, then this would be really of great value for all the community at large, all the ATM community. So that was my last slide, and yeah, I'm ready to take any questions on this very simple message. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Servan. So what I recall of this is indeed military are implementing CP1, and that EDA is there to support the military, and that's why the military also have to put specific information on top of the aggregated, but also specific how their situation is to make sure that EDA could help them. Any questions from the floor online? If not, then perfect timing, because we now have the lunch for those physically here. We will reconvene here 13:55, so 5 minutes before 2 o'clock. While you're here, you see the picture of all your contact persons or from the States besides, so you know who is in charge. But the first thing is now, we were asked by DGCOM to take a picture of the whole group, and that picture would be taken going on the right. So if you can go there now, it's 1 o'clock on the stairs, and I think we fit just enough to make a good block on the stairs. So if you can all go there, and then the lunch is served here in advance. Thanks. Right, it's time, 56. Because we know that we have a big meeting here, 4:30 in the lobby this evening, so we'd like to move on. And by the way, and I knew a few people have asked to me what this thing is I have here, and I just explained it. It is something to put my glasses on. It's with a magnet, and that's why some people, what is that? And now I explain to you all. It's nothing special, it's just to put my glasses on. And it looks a bit silly if you don't have the glasses on it. We always have the best, the most entertaining speaker, and that doesn't say anything about those in the morning, but the entertaining speaker is always Octavian after the lunch, because he will speak you about, isn't it Octavian? About, coming, yeah? About the report, because all the work you do eventually is just to produce an LSIP, but also to produce an overall document, which is the Master Plan Level 3 report, and also the ICAO report, and also the monitoring view, etc. But the most exciting one is the Master Plan Level 3 report. Octavian, go.
Not anymore, it's the ICAO report. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's always challenging to give the first presentation after the lunch, but I will try, and I hope I will raise up to the expectations. You know that the LSIP event today, and usually the LSIP event in general, it's looking forward. And it is normal to be like this because it's normal that the launching event of the LSIP cycle focuses on what stays before us between now and next summer. So what stays before us, what we all have to do in order to have a successful LSIP cycle. But actually, there are two topics on the agenda which are not looking forward, so they are not looking at what we will have to do, but they are looking backward. They look at what we have done with your data. These two topics are the Master Plan Level 3 report, the presentation I'm giving now, and the ICAO ASBU report, the presentation I'm going to give in some 40 minutes from now. So I'm in the privileged position to talk about the only topics looking backward. So I'm going to look backwards, but I'm not going to look back in anger, but I'm going to look back with pride. Because you know that I always praise you, because you, the LSIP crowd, are the ones who are making the LSIP process the success it is. It is you, the ones who are every day adding the plus into the LSIP plus. So I always praise you, but I'm going to ask for an exception today, and next to you, to also praise my colleagues here. Because, well, you all know this year, the past year was a year of unprecedented change. I don't think that I'm only doing this for 10 years, last 10 years, but I don't think that in its long and glorious history, LSIP has seen changes of such magnitude. Everything has changed. We have joined forces with SDM. We have integrated the CP1 in our processes. We have changed everything. The database, the interfaces, the taxonomy, the ways of working, the procedures, everything changed in the last 12 months. And it has not been easy. I know that how many evenings, how many hundreds of emails, phone calls, meetings we had to do to really make this change happen. And sometimes we are not sure. It was completely unknown territory. Sometimes it was not even clear for us what to ask you, what advice to give you, in which way to go. Sometimes we're changing our minds. Sometimes we made some 180s, sometimes we made some 360s. But at the end of the day, we managed to do it. But once again, it was not easy. If anyone will tell you that the last year, the changes were easy, it was just a walk in the park, then these people would lie. Luckily, such person does not exist because we do not lie in LSIP doing. So, all of this being said, please allow me to thank all my colleagues here. I'm not going to mention anyone because by mentioning, it would imply a list, an order, and would be unfair to those towards the end of the list, and they were all equally great. So I'm not going to name anyone. I thank all of them. We tried to make this change as transparent as possible to you, and I know we failed. Because actually what we did, we replaced the wheels of the car while the car was going at 200 kilometers per hour. But at the end of the day, we managed. And I think that it's well deserved that this unit, which is called PASS, up to now it was PASS coming from planning and support. Now I think it should be PASS coming from passion, because we showed it. And well, I'm going to contradict myself again and ask for another exemption. I said that I'm not going to name anyone, but there is one individual who I have to name. We are all equally great, but one of them was greater. It's the greatest amongst equal, the primus inter pares. And I'm not going to name him because today is his birthday, which it is. I'm not going to name him because today is his last LSIP event, which it is. He's going to retire in 2 months from now. So unless he will not come back next year as a focal point, it is his last LSIP event. I'm not going to name him because his contributions in the last year, which are quite modest, but I'm going to name him because he has managed to steer this ship and kept it on track all the time, even when we're navigating some shallow and troubled waters. And he believed in the LSIP, he believed in us, and he believed in you, and he proved to be right. So thank you, Danny, for all what you did in the last years.
Thanks.
Okay, so now after this short introduction, let me get to the presentation. So what I'm going to present and talk now, it's about the Master Plan Level 3 report. This is one of our main deliverables, of your main deliverables, surpassed only by the ICAO report. So what is new this year? Well, almost everything is new. If you scroll through it, I don't think you are going to find a single page which remains unchanged. Almost everything is new. So we'll start by this, then by the key findings of the report, then a bit more details per essential operation change, a couple of words about the SESAR solutions, and of course you'll all have the opportunity to ask questions. So as I said, what is new? But probably it's easier to start by what is not new, what has not changed. And what has not changed is your commitment to the process. The great data you're providing year after year, because it is your data which is a foundation stone around which the LC process is built. So now what we did with your data? We have tried, based on the information we have provided, to repackage it. We have continued to align better with the level 1 of the master plan, and we have tried to follow better the structure of the level 1 of the master plan. So we have used the data and we have tried to split it per the vision phases of the master plan level 1. You know, there are 4 phases from A to Delta, covering up to 2040. So we tried to split the data to map the phases. Of course, and it's as expected, phase A is more advanced than phase B, which is more advanced than phase C, and we have nothing on phase D. But now we already show this mapping and we are fully aligned with the level 1 of the master plan. We have tried to better reflect the expected KPIs. I insist on the fact that these are not the measured KPIs. We don't do this yet. So we don't measure what was the broad improvement, but we start from the plan where the KPIs are identified, and we try to see for each KPIs which was the progress achieved during the reporting year. We have tried to better integrate the so-called orphan solutions, which are the solutions which are not reflected into implementation objectives yet. So there are solutions which have been delivered, have been validated, but have not been integrated yet as implementation objectives. This is not something new. We keep collecting information about solutions since probably some 5 years, but now we make this information more visible in the report. While in the past it was part of an annex, now it's really in the body of the document. And we try to make the report more focused, less storytelling, less text, but more graph, more bullets. We try to make it crispier. And of course, not only the content, but also the layout is completely new. So we have reviewed the synoptic views. The information now is structured, as I said, per the SESAR vision phases. We have shown we hope, better the KPIs contribution. We have give better visibility not only to the implementation objectives, but to the SESAR solution, which are not yet covered by implementation objectives. We have shown information on the standardization and the regulatory needs. This is not new information. It used to be in the report of last year, but it was an annex. Now we make it much more visible in the body of the document. We have simplified a bit the taxonomy. So we don't have the risk of delay status anymore, which is quite a subjective measurement. We have reviewed completely the deployment views. Same information, but it's shown in different ways. We have it is more visual, less storytelling, as I said, and just bullet focused. And we have introduced something which is brand new. We have shown a new annex showing the extended AMAN. It's fully consistent with what is shown in the monitoring view of SDM, but it's a graphical, so it's not a textual, but based on the very same information, we just packaged it in a graphical way and added an annex to the report. You are not going to find this information anywhere else in this format. So what are the key findings? Well, there is obvious progress, and this is not unexpected because even last year we were in the middle of the COVID time, there was progress. So yes, there is COVID. We still see the fallout of COVID, and we still have, in particular, airport objectives for which the stakeholders report delays because of the COVID. So we are not surprised to see that the airports prove to have been more penalized by COVID than the service providers providing services en route, for example. So not only that all objectives have registered progress, but we have 3 objectives which have been completed this year, which is basic MHS, it is slot swapping, and the flight information exchange via SWIM for trial service. For the last 2 objectives, so FCM09 and Intent 22, don't look for them in the LSIP database because they have never been in the LSIP database. These are objectives which are to be implemented by the network manager and by the airspace users. So you are not supposed to report on them as ANSPs, so you might not be so familiar with them. In terms of progress amongst the EOC, and this again, not a surprise, we see that the fully dynamic and optimized airspace, which is pretty much pushed forward by the deployment of free route airspace and by advanced FUA and airspace management, as well as the ATM interconnecting network EOC, which is pretty much based on the FCM objective, flow and capacity management objectives. They are by far the most advanced, not only in terms of completion, but also in terms of how soon and how advanced they are in terms of progress rates. So even the states which have not finalized implementation, they are quite advanced in terms of progressing the implementation. Now, this is not, again, it's not a surprise, because these are the 2 EOC which are really very much pushed also in the CP1 regulation. In terms of the SWIM objectives, there are still a lot of states which have reported not yet planned. It's somehow explainable because it was quite of a novelty. It was involving some new stakeholders which were not even part of the LSIP last year, like the MET service providers, for example. So I don't think that anyone is surprised that in the first reporting year, many of these objectives were reported as not yet planned. This might become a problem if they keep being reported not yet planned, but for the first year, it was not an issue. And now with the clarification which were brought this morning by Pedro, I think most of the not yet planned will really evolve into implementation, because now everything is clear. And what we have also seen, it was an improvement of the use of the LSIP taxonomy. So the logical use and the logical flow of the information at checkpoint, at SLA, at the organization and objective level is really flawless. Now I will dig a bit into each individual EOC, just to give a bit more details. If you want to find more, you've got this morning a printed copy of the report, where you have all this information, of course. It's in the synoptic views, or if you really want to have individual detail for each individual objective, you have the deployment views in the same report. I will start in the same order they are in the plan and in the report. I will start with the CNS infrastructure and services, where we have good progress, despite being a very complex EOC, because it usually involves the deployment of expensive system upgrades. It's usually required the synchronization not only of the ANSPs, but ANSPs and airspace users. And they require also the modification of systems which are really the core of the ATM system, like flight data processing system and surveillance processing system. And all objectives in the EOC showed progress to different extents. And you can see that, for example, air ground data link has been completed by 8 states in the reporting year. Voice over IP for en route has been completed by 7 states, which is quite very, very good progress. And what is important that even the objective which have not been completed, which may look like they are dragging their feet, even for this objective, there is obvious progress. So the moment you start looking into detail, and I have 2 examples on my slide, the 833, the objective is not yet completed. There are states for which it takes a bit longer than expected, in particular because of the equipage of state aircraft. But if you look at the operational benefits which are expected from the deployment of such an objective, you see that in 2 years we went from 5,700 to 6,400 833 assignments in Europe, which is huge. And this is really alleviating the pressure on the radio assignments. So even if the objective might not be completed, there is obvious progress year after year. The same for aircraft ID. Maybe there are still some CTRs or small TMAs where the infrastructure is not ready, but in terms of ACC, for example, the infrastructure is already deployed. If you look at the numbers, we have some 15% of the traffic identified based on Alpha 1000 or using Alpha 1000 today as we speak, even if indeed the objective is not yet implemented. So the progress is there. And in terms of future expected evolution, we expect that by 2024, all these objectives will be all implemented, meaning at least 80% completion, at least. And while the next one we expect to be completed will be the extended AMHS, so COM10-2. The second one, which I'm going to talk about, is the ATM interconnected network, which is also a complicated EOC because it's really grouping a lot of stakeholders with the NM at its core. So it's really about the integration of all the ATM stakeholders with the NM coordinating this integration. And it also includes all the new SWIM objectives, the 22 SWIM objectives. As I said a bit earlier, most of the SWIM are having a lot of not yet planned, but this is fully explainable and I would say fully as expected. I don't think that anyone is surprised by this. Outside the regulated part, we also see that the smaller airports are better and better integrated into the network. So the objective AOP 17, which is dealing with, I would call secondary airports, so the airports which do not aim for an ACDM, a full-blown ACDM, we have more and more progressing, we are more and more being integrating and exchanging messages with the network manager. And last but not least, all the FCM objectives, so flow and capacity management, are progressing. So not only those which are driven by the CP1, but those, even those which are not regulated, we see a lot of progress. Like, for example, an FCM03, which is not regulated and is showing great progress. And last but not least, the harmonization of OAT and GAT, so operational air traffic and general air traffic, and the new PANs that are both expected to be finalized this year. Digital and AI met services. Here we actually have only one objective which we are monitoring, which is the INF07 on electronic terrain and obstacle data. We have some 5 orphan solutions which have quite a low interest. So we don't see any of them becoming an objective anytime soon. Out of these 5 orphan, one of them, which dealing with aeronautical data set service is showing a bit higher than the rest, but for the timing, we are, in terms of objective, we are only focusing on the electronic terrain and optical data. It's moving quite slow, but it is moving slow because it has a special particularity. It involves a lot of stakeholders, some of them from outside the ATM world. So in order to implement such an objective, first there is a need for a national framework, which sometimes needs to be established at governmental level, and sometimes this framework is just not yet there. But here we start seeing progress. So we see that the national framework is being put in place in more and more states. So this gives us confidence that the implementation of the objective itself will be unlocked. Another EOC which seems to be very promising is dealing with the deployment of remote tower. And here we really see progress year after year, not only in terms of interest, but also in terms of real deployment. So we have the remote tower, between 3 and 5 remote towers being put in service year after year, and we see a big interest. So as you see from the graph, by 2025, we expect at least 29 locations. And I'm saying at least because some states report the interest in deployment or the concrete plans in deployment without really mentioning the location. It could be at least one, but it could be more. So we expect at least 29 locations to be operational by 2025, which is a big thing for a concept which was pretty much not existing 10 years ago. So this is AOP, which is dealing several SESAR solutions, and amongst the orphan solutions which are belonging to the same EOC, the one which seems to be promising is the one dealing with multiple remote tower, which of course makes sense because it's a logical follow-up of deployment a single remote tower. Airport and TMA performance, this is a very, very heterogeneous EOC because it's grouping a bit of everything. So it's grouping pre-SESAR objective, SESAR objective, former PCP objective, CP1 objectives. We have airports, airport operators, and navigation service providers being involved. In terms of functionality, we are having ATC objectives, environment objectives, communication objectives. It's a bit of everything. So this makes it a bit difficult to really consolidate all the information because really we are sometimes mixing apple and pears here. But also we see progress. And as I said earlier on, we see that usually the airports have been they seem to have been more penalized by COVID than the other service providers. Well, we have many orphan solutions, so many objectives which are not yet covered by implementation objectives. And we see that there is not a lot of appetite for this orphan solution. The interest in deployment is limited to 1, maybe 2 airports. Good progress for continuous descent operation. It goes hand in hand with continuous climb operation, and here we see good progress. We have 8 airports which have reported completion of CDO. What is also very encouraging to see, it's the very basic enablers like basic AMAN, like SMGCS level 1, SMGCS surveillance, like the SMGCS RMCA, runway monitoring and conflict alert. There are very basic functionalities, but they are really critical to unlock more advanced functionalities. And we see not only progress in terms of deployment, but we see progress in terms of interest for deployment. So airports, which a couple of years ago were reporting we are not interested because we do not need it, now we see that they start implementation. So it's in the same time we see an increase in completion rate, but also we see an increase in the applicability area, which is very good. We have some objectives for which we are not yet capable to derive an expected completion date, either because they are local, and as you know, the local objectives do not have a full operation capability date, so each implementer decides based on their local needs, or because there are still a lot of not yet planned. Another interesting finding is that 2 functionalities, which is AOP 10, time-based separation, and AOP 13, which is the very advanced NSMGCS, which used to be PCP, and they have not been inherited by CP1, we have seen an obvious reduction in the interest of deployment, which shows that it was a wise decision to drop them from the CP1, and probably not such a wise decision to put them in the PCP in the first instance. fully dynamic and optimized airspace. This is pretty much driven by the very successful deployment of free route airspace, and also by the deployment of airspace management systems and advanced flexible use of airspace. Both these two functionalities are very much pushed by the CP1 regulation with quite short deadlines. So it's not surprising that the AEOC itself shows good progress, and is not only showing good progress, but what is very encouraging is to see that at free route deployment, there are more and more states which are deploying free route in cross-border areas, and including states which are not part of the CP1 area. So even the voluntary deployment of free route goes into the direction of extension of free route up to the TMA levels and cross-border deployment of free route, which makes a full of sense, because from the airspace user perspective, the broader is the free route contiguous airspace, the most beneficial it is. In terms of what is being expected to be ready this year, we hope that both FMTP and AOM 21.2 will be done. Actually, they have already reached 80%. So by our own criteria, they could be considered completed. But take into account that all these objectives, all these two objectives are regulated, we want to see 100% completion in the regulated area. FMTP is quite an old implementing way. It's not CP1, but it's still a regulation which dates since some time now. And we hope that this year it will be finally implemented. Trajectory-based operation, and here I'm afraid that the title is a bit misleading, because it's true that the EOC is called trajectory-based operation, but what we really monitor is just a very tiny initial enabler of what TBO should be. So what we are monitoring now is just the deployment of safety nets. And here we have the full set. So we have the STCA, we have the minimum safe altitude warning, the area proximity warning, the approach path monitor. We have the improvement of STCA based on MODES EHS information. There is obvious progress. And if you look at the two most advanced functionality, which is minimum safe altitude and area proximity warning, we are at 92 and 83% completion, which makes a lot of sense, because they are very much essential enabler for free route. It's much easier to deploy free route if you have an area proximity warning tool. So they are going together with the free route deployment, and we see a lot of interest and a lot of quick advancements of these functionalities. The same for SCCA enhanced with selected altitude. It's already operational in 12 states. Actually, the reality is even better, because the use of downlink aircraft parameters is much, much widely deployed. But this feature is not yet implemented with the STCA, but the information is there. So the information is already available in the ground system. So we can only expect that this integration of the DAPs into the STCA will only progress. In terms of the orphan solutions, and I would say that these orphan solutions are much closer related to TBOs than the implementation objectives. In terms of orphan solution like control time of arrival, trajectory information sharing, for the time being, the interest is quite modest. But this requires some system changes, some actually major system changes. So I would expect that most of the stakeholders are focused on what is most urgent, which is the CP1 regulation or the objective which they have already committed to. And last and least is the multimodal mobility of integration of airspace users, which is covering only one objective, dealing with rotorcraft, IFR rules for rotorcraft, so not any kind of rotorcraft operation, but IFR rules dedicated for rotorcraft. And here we see a very, very modest interest. Actually, there are only 3 states which have reported completion, and very, very low interest in planning the deployment. If you see on the map, actually most of the states report not yet planned, which in this case, I'm very much tempted to say that it's a polite way to say it's not applicable. So quite low interest in the objective, and also in the SESAR, so in the orphan SESAR solution for which we have collected data. And this gets me to the SESAR solution. And I think this was raised by Lucas this morning. the SESAR solution. It's not something new. Actually, the SESAR solution are around since some 6-7 years at least in the report. So we have always tried to collect SESAR solution, information on SESAR solution, and every year we make this information more and more visible in the report. As I said, this year we have really put it in the body of the document, in the synoptic views. And this is very important for several reasons. In the past, we were collecting through a dedicated Word file, a questionnaire. Now, since last year, we have integrated it into the database, which is giving you a bit less flexibility, but it's much prone for automation. It's much easier for us to extract data, to consolidate data, to use it for analytics. So last year, it was the first time we have had it in the database. Sometime with a mitigated success. Now it will be probably much better, because this information is becoming more and more important, because this is actually the input in our processes and in the governing processes to decide which of the orphan solutions should become implementation objective. So we start from a shopping list as the SESAR solution catalog, and based on the interest among the stakeholders, based on their expected benefits, we help the decision makers, because we do not take the decision ourselves, but at least we feed the information to the decision makers in order to allow them to make the wise choice. So this SESAR solution questionnaire is becoming more and more important every year. The quality of the data becomes more and more important. So you will see in the questionnaire, we try to follow pretty much the same taxonomy as for the implementation objective. Actually, if you think a bit, there is not a lot of difference between the information we collect on the orphan solutions or we collect on the local objectives. Pretty much the same information. Do you want to implement it? Yes, no. If yes, when, where, so on and so forth. So please provide the right data in the right fields, because as I said, we try to use the fact that now it's fully embedded in the questionnaire, in the LSSIP database. We want to use it for automation. So if we expect a date field, then our tools, they expect a date in this field. They don't expect the date in the free comments text, because if the date is there, we're not going to be able to interpret it. So please try to put the right data in the right fields. If the implementation is done in several locations, this is more specific for airports, of course. Don't put all the information in one record. Just clone the information as many times as you want to implement at multiple airports. Because once again, all this data is used in the report. And not only that it's used in the report, but it is being used or it will be used by the decision makers. Another change, which is not necessarily a good news for some of you, we encourage all the states to report. In the previous year, we were limiting ourselves to the EU states plus Switzerland and Norway. But now, as we see that there is really a need for this data, and this data is really useful for the decision makers, we want to have as comprehensive as possible coverage and scope. So now we encourage all the states, not only the EU ones, to provide information about the interest in deployment of the orphan solutions. So for the EU, okay, it's business as usual, they just will have to maintain the data, but for those which in the past have not replied to this questionnaire, I'm afraid that this year they will have to do it from scratch. But next year it will be much easier. So, just to remind a bit, it's the same taxonomy as for the LSSIP. It's planned, ongoing, and completed, or not yet planned, or not applicable. But if it's planned, or ongoing, or completed, please give us the date. Because otherwise, as I said, we need this data for the statistic. We need to know if a solution is implemented for 2025 or for 2041. It makes a big difference. And please give us the date. If you have plans, normally you should have a date, an expected date. As I said, please, I make a plea to all the states, not only the EU ones, please fill this questionnaire. And you have on the screen one of the non-EU states which was reporting everything is not applicable because the state is not part of SESAR. Well, I tend to disagree, because EUROCONTROL is a founding member of SESAR. And if you are a member of EUROCONTROL, like it or not, you're part of SESAR. As I said, please fill the right data in the right columns, because we use this raw data. We want to extract it and feed our analytics machines with it. So another example here, say activity actually it's ongoing, but is not planned. We don't know how to interpret this. We need if it's ongoing or is not planned. We don't have warnings in the database. So maybe you are used, and I think it was said by IA this morning that you have to trust the warnings because the warnings are good. Well, we do not have warnings for the SESAR solution. So it's rubbish in, rubbish out. The system will not help you. So please pay attention. If we're in 2022, don't say that it's planned for 2021 because unless you have a time machine, 2021 is in the past. So please pay attention to the details because nobody else is going to check it apart you. Actually, now we are going to change it in our process and it will be subject to the in-cycle check or the cross-check. So we are going to check, but you have to realize it's a lot of data. There are 43 states, some tens of SESAR solutions. So you're our first line of defense to make sure that the data is consistent and it makes sense. And we are going to look at it, but we rely on you. And I think this is all for the report.
Thank you, Octavian. On your first comments, 2 were right, 1 was wrong. Indeed, it's my last workshop. Indeed, it's my birthday, but it's not about me, it's about the team. Let's face it like that. We work all together and there's nothing about me. Now, on the briefing of Octavian, what I recall is, I have to search the proper one. You see a lot of information in that report, and it's all based on your previous LSIP documents. There's a new annex on extended AMAN. And as you hear, ATM modernization is indeed moving forward. It's really important to have a good reporting on these orphan or voluntary SESAR solutions. And these are the items well, there's a lot of more, but this is my summary. Any questions from the floor and from online? I know it's hard after the lunch, but Octavian woke you up. Nobody? Okay, thanks. Thanks a lot, Octavian. And then we have another topic which Dragica will bring. As you remember, when Luca spoke, we have 2 new objectives, SAF 10.1 and SAF 11.1. And they have nothing to do with SGU, so they're a bit a special one, but they're needed also in our process. Normally, there's the colleagues, but they were not available, so Dragica steps in and will guide you through why we need these 2 objectives and what you need to fill in for this year. There you go, Dragica.
Many thanks, Danny, and good afternoon to our colleagues who are here with us in Europa Room and those who are online. So, as Danny said, yes, the authors, in fact, of these presentations are my colleagues Cvetomir Blažev and Stein de Graaf, because they were dealing with these safety objectives, in fact, with these 2 action plans which are related to these objectives. Originally, I'm coming from the Network Manager Safety Department and dealing with EVER, EUROCONTROL Voluntary ATM Incident Reporting. This is also kind of the data collection, but we are collecting incident reports, making analysis, supporting different kind of projects, etc. So if I make any mistake, I hope that you will forgive me, because this is not my original subject, but I hope that I will manage. So then you already said, it was announced this morning by Luca that we have 2 new old objectives, in fact. So we have safety objective 10.1 and 11.1. 10.1 is the European Action Plan for the Airspace Infringement Risk Reduction, and the 11.1 safety objective is the Global Action Plan for the Prevention of Runway Excursion. I mentioned my colleagues, so Cvetomir was dealing with Global Action Plan for the runway excursion, and Stein de Graaf was dealing with the airspace infringement risk reduction. The reason for putting them again, as safety objectives is that there are a number of, let's say, improvements. The airspace infringement action plan was issued practically in March this year, while the global action plan for the prevention of the runway excursion was issued last year. So these are new, let's say, new recommendations. And these objectives are, in fact, based on these recommendations coming from the action plans. And what is the point? The point is that regulators, together with the local stakeholders, make the assessment of the action plans, specifically, you know, these, let's say, recommendations which have been given practically as a shopping list. So stakeholders are then, let's say, supposed to make and to create the subset, the list of these recommendations, which could be implemented locally. And certainly regulators to implement them, specifically those regulations which are related to the regulators to implement them, and those which are related to different stakeholders to monitor the implementation of these recommendations locally. So we are going with a bit more details related to the European Action Plan for the airspace infringement risk reduction. The main objective is to implement the measures to reduce the risk to aircraft operations caused by airspace infringement. In fact, to reduce to the maximum potential air collisions, separation minimum infringement, closure of the airspace, etc. As we said, these are documents which contain a number of recommendations, but they are also related to the number of different stakeholders. Speaking about airspace infringement, the main stakeholders are air navigation service providers, who are also obliged for the, let's say, airspace design responsibility. And then we have aeronautical information and the MET providers, regulators, and airspace users. You have the link from which you can download the airspace infringement risk reduction plan. And in addition, for your information, I also brought with me and put on the shelves behind you a certain number of hard copies, so that those who are in Europa Room, you can help yourself and bring back these action plans with you. We are coming to the safety objective 11.1, which is related to the global action plan for the prevention of runway incursion. The objective is to improve runway safety by preventing runway excursions, so not to have potentially fatalities, damages on the aircraft, closure of the airspace of the airports, etc. This is the global action plan. In the past, for those who are not familiar, it was European action plan. Now it is global because we have the signatures from global institutions. Besides EASA and EUROCONTROL, who are coming from Europe, then we have IATA, we have CANSO, we have airports, we have Flight Safety Foundation. And as I did for airspace infringement, I provide you here with the link from which you can download the action plan. There are much more, let's say, stakeholders who participated in the development of the action plan and definition of the recommendations. On the right side, you see a number of logos of air navigation service providers, regulators, manufacturers, professional associations, etc. So the objective of the Global Action Plan for the Prevention of Runway Excursion, as we said, is to prevent runway excursions. And who are the main stakeholders to whom these recommendations are related? Again, we have state authorities, you have air navigation service providers, airport operators, and airspace users. So, we have on one side the action plans with number of recommendations, and given recommendations as a shopping list to you guys, to the regulators, to service providers, to local stakeholders to make this shopping list, and to provide this information, so that we, through the provided information, we see what are these selected recommendations, so that we have global, I mean European view, that also we see what are the recommendations which are considered not relevant for the local implementation, and to see in which context these recommendations were selected. So, Mr. Chairman, this is the last slide of my presentation, and it was quite short, quick, I hope, also clear. So if there are questions, I'm here to help you.
Thank you, Dragica. Indeed, two objectives that are not really in the SESAR chain, but are really needed. And we have a SAF 10 and a SAF 11 long term before that. Any question on that, which is a safety issue? Safety will come back 2 slides afterwards, 2 slideshows in a different context. But this is something which Eurocontrol with EASA works together and which is in our plan and LSIP. Questions from the floor on that one to Dragica? There you go.
Yes, regarding the Global Action Plan for the Prevention of Runway Excursion questionnaire, the aerodrome operators, some airport operators have a lot of airports. To which granularity or what types of airports are supposed to report on?
I'm not quite sure, with which number of operations, because it hasn't been, in fact, defined. I can't give you this reply, but this is for the local stakeholders. So every airport on national level could go through these recommendations and to highlight those which are related to them, and then to agree with the national authority on the, let's say, implementation, date of the implementation, etc., etc. So I would say this is, as we said, a shopping list. So everybody who is interested in some of the recommendations, you can take them on board and work on them. Okay.
Okay. Thanks, Dragica. Thanks for the feedback. Right, and then I know that you may wonder, but Octavian really wanted to speak twice this time. It's because he will be changing from the report to the ICAO report, but this year he did both of them. So Octavian, and then completed with Sven, will speak about another report almost as good as that one, the ICAO report.
Okay, so no introduction this time. Actually, and just a correction, it's not almost as good, better. So the ICAO report now, maybe most of you do not even know about it, which means we have been successful, because we have integrated it so well in the LSIPs that you may not even be aware that we are doing it on your behalf. So background and process. What is new this year? But of course, I've just presented 15 minutes ago what are the novelties and what is the progress in the master plan level 3. So I'm going to save you the burden of repeating the same thing. I'll be very, very, very high level about the initial findings of the report, what are the next steps, and of course, you will be able to ask questions. So a bit about the background. Why do we do it? Because, at worldwide level, there is a global navigation plan. We have the European instance, which is the European ATM master plan. It is good to have a plan, but it's even better to be able to monitor and to see where the implementation of the plan is. And we have started this exercise almost 8 years ago, because ICAO Paris was in need of monitoring tool, and just by chance, we are having a monitoring tool which we made available for ICAO. And this putting and joining forces became another success story of the LSIP, because now we are 8 yearly reports later and we still do it. We do it on your behalf. So if you ever look in your LSIP, you see that the section 5, it's an official there is an official statement that this discharges the obligation to report to ICAO. We have fully integrated it into the LC process. Sven, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we are the first region in the world to have such a monitoring process. And I think we have the best and the most comprehensive monitoring process of the ASBUS amongst all the other ICAO regions. It's a joint activity, as I said, between us and ICAO Paris. We have started in 2015, and now we are almost at the end of developing the ICAO Monitoring Report 2021. We have started quite small. I've just looked in the very first edition of the report, the one of 2014. We're monitoring 6 modules. 6 modules, 6 priority modules and 6 non-priority modules. This year we have monitored 74 elements. So we went from 12 to 74. The level of detail, the granularity of the report is, I would say, unprecedented and is not matched by any other region. The first 6 editions of the report were based on the 5th edition of the GAMP, which is structured on the modules. The one of last year and the one of this year, which is not yet endorsed, it will probably be by the end of November. There are the first 2 which are following the 6th edition of the GAMP, which has a very, very different structure than the 5th edition. So we moved from modules to elements. It's much, much higher granularity. So this led to the need of last year to completely change the way the report was being developed and to completely change the information was shown in the report. But I will show you later on. So we have 7 reports which are already done. The one of this year is still in consultation. It has been finalized by EUROCONTROL and by ICAO some 3 weeks ago, and is expected to be endorsed by the ESPG in end of November. Now we are using 2 main data sources because doing it on behalf and with the ICAO region, we cover 55 states, all the member states of the ICAO European region, which are way beyond the EUROCONTROL member states or the ECAC member states. So we are relying mostly on 2 main processes. The first one is the LSSIP. So, as I said, if you are not aware about these activities, it means that we were very successful in fully integrating it into the LSSIP. Because by replying to the LSSIP, in the LSSIP database, automatically you provide us the information which is fit for purpose for the ICAO monitoring. And as I said, this discharges your responsibility of reporting directly to ICAO. So we have removed the double reporting, which actually has never existed from this perspective. But we need something to happen in order to this process to keep being successful. We need you to report on the ICAO related objectives. We need this information because this is what allows us to make the ICAO report. So, irrespective of a regulation, if an objective is related or not to a regulation, ITY, SES, CP1, doesn't matter. If this objective is related to an ICAO element, and in the database for each objective which is related to ICAO, you have a flag, you have a tick, please report on these objectives, irrespective of this regulatory nature. Because from ICAO perspective, regulated or not doesn't make any difference. We do not care from this perspective if it's regulated or not. So even if you are a non-EU member state or a more recent non-EU member state, if you see an objective which is flagged as ICAO, please report on it. Report doesn't mean that we have to implement. A not applicable, it's a fully acceptable reply or not yet planned. But it should be not applicable because there is no operational need. It should not be not applicable because this is regulated and we are not part of the EU. Because this is not good enough for ICAO. As I said, we are covering 43 states, so the 41 EUROCONTROL member states which are ECAC, and also the comprehensive agreement, so Israel and Morocco. But as I said, we need to cover 55. So for the 9 non-LSSIP states, we have a dedicated questionnaire, which is pretty much similar with what we do with ICAO, because we need the same taxonomy. We need, at the end of the day, to combine the 2 sources of information. From an ICAO perspective, it doesn't matter if it's LSSIP or non-LSSIP. The information should be the same and should have the same granularity. Of course, we do not ask the same level of detail from the non-LSSIP because we do not need this level of detail. So we just need to know if an element is implemented, if yes, where, if it's planned, when it is expected to be implemented. So it's pretty much the same taxonomy, but not the same level of detail. And I would say that this questionnaire, this dedicated questionnaire, and the LSIP is probably covering some 95% of the data we need and we use for the report. But we try to chase for data and we try to find data wherever this data might be available. So it's not only the LSIP and the questionnaire, but we also are using the EUROCONTROL PBN map tool, which is an excellent tool to see the deployment of all PBN related things in the ECAC area, up to the level of individual runway end. It's a plethora of information there. We are checking the national IPs to see what has been implemented and to cross-check the information. We are relying heavily on the LSIP surveillance questionnaire, which is in your LSIP database. And it is not an error if the text is bold and red. It is very important because this surveillance questionnaire is the only source of information we have for surveillance items. The information is nowhere else. So we need this information for you in order to be able to write the ICAO ASBO report. And actually, ICAO is not the only customer, because for those of you, if any of you have attended the ADSB workshop organized by EUROCONTROL and SDM some 2 weeks ago, there was a presentation about the future of surveillance infrastructure and the future deployment plans for the surveillance infrastructure. And this information you are providing has been shown to the public. And it was mentioned this is information coming from the LSIP. So we are not the only one using the information, but at least from ICAO perspective, this LSIP surveillance questionnaire is the only source of information available to us. So please fill the questionnaire. We are also getting information from the ICAO Med group on the AMET element. We are also digging through the NM documents, in particular the ATFCM user manual and the IFPS user manual. And we are also getting information from our colleagues from Brittany, the former EUROCONTROL Experimental Center, on the point merge elements. From now on, we are going to have a point merge. Objectives are going to get the information directly from you, but last year we got it from Brittany. So we are trying to find and to chase the information and to find it wherever is possible and try to get it on board to use for the ICAO report. So what are we monitoring? Because we don't have a lot of freedom, we have not invented the scope of the ICAO report. As I said, it started from the 6th edition of the Global Air Navigation Plan. And under the ICAO auspices, GAM transition project team was active in 2021, the first half of 2021. And these wise people have gone through all the Block 0 and Block 1 elements. Of course, the GAMP has a worldwide applicability, so they have filtered these elements to see what should be monitored from the perspective of the European region. Because of course, what might be needed in South Pacific might probably not be needed in Europe. So they have filtered, and out of all the elements in Block 0 and Block 1 of the GAMP, they have identified a list of 87 elements, 40 Block 0, 47 Block 1, which ideally should be monitored in the ICAO European region. And I'm saying ideally because we may not have the data for all of them. We monitor the elements for which we can gather data, either through LSIP or through the other sources I have mentioned before. Last year, we have managed to monitor 70 elements out of the 87. But this is a gap which is going to be bridged slowly. So this year, we have already moved from 70 to 74 elements. So we have managed to identify data for 4 more elements. Hopefully, next year we're going to have even more. So slowly we are going to get closer and closer to the 87, which were identified by the GAMP transition project team. So where we are now, we are capable to find data and to monitor 74 elements of the GAMP. How do we monitor? As I said, there are 2 flows of information through the LSIP and through the dedicated questionnaire. Actually, we have 56 elements which are linked to 54 implementation objectives. In most of the cases, I would say probably in some 95% of the cases, there is a one-to-one match between element and the objective. But it's not always. There are some exceptions. Sometimes we have an element linked to an SLA only. Sometimes we have several elements linked to the same objective. We have elements linked to multiple objectives. In most of the cases, it's a one-to-one. And if you go to the your LSIP database, you have this column which is called ICAO. If you hover with the mouse over the tick, you will see to which ICAO element this objective is linked. And if you see that it is linked to a block 0 or a block 1, please report on it, irrespective if it's regulated or not. Actually, it's a bidirectional link. You find this information in your LSIP database, but if you look in the ICAO report, you have the information from the opposite direction. So you have the information from the ICAO element to the master plan level 3 objectives. But there is full consistency between the two, of course. As I said, last year there were 70 elements which were monitored. This year we have 74, because in the meantime we have been able to identify 4 new elements, which is point merge. As I said, this information was available in Brittany. From next year, actually from this cycle onwards, we have ATC 25 objectives, so we are going to monitor directly this information. For us would be 1.1, which is space-based ADSB. The information was collected through the surveillance questionnaire, so now it is available. And thanks to the alignment between the master plan level 3 and the CP1 and SESAR deployment program, we have managed to bridge 2 gaps related to 2 objectives which are CP1 related. So enhanced integration of airport and target times. So we have managed this year to bridge, to bring 4 new elements into the ICAO report. Hopefully next year we'll do even better. So what was new this year? And from an LC perspective, what was new last year and what is new this year, I've just presented. From the non-LC, but I'm not going to insist because this is fully transparent. You do not have to deal with the questionnaire. You don't even know that such a questionnaire exists, and you should not know that such a questionnaire exists. But as I said, we have to gather data from the 9 non-LC, and we have to gather the data in a way which makes sense and which allows us to combine with the LSIP data. So of course, we have the same taxonomy: planned, not planned, not applicable, completed, ongoing. We try to have the same taxonomy. Of course, we have to add the new elements. So whenever we identify information on our side, we have to extend this information collection from the non-LSIP states as well. And we try to minimize the effort of these people, because they are not so used as you are with a reporting process. So we try to facilitate their life. We try to pre-fill the information with what was last year. We try to even use the same color coding as the LSIP. We try to automate as much as possible, but it's a very, very simple Excel file. It's nothing which is remotely comparable with the LSIP database. It's a very, very basic. We try to insert a bit of automation, but it's at a very, very high level, but which still fit for purpose and which allows us to really collect the information from them and merge it with the information from you. And this year we are quite successful. Out of the 9 non-LSIP states, we have collected information from 8 of them, which is quite good. In terms of initial findings, and I'm going to save you the burden to say again how the EOC and the European ATM has evolved last year, because I've just presented it 20 minutes ago. There is implementation. And of course, it's normal to see progress because it's just sheer numbers. We collect information for the master plan level 3 report from 43 states. So the extra 9 states, the extra non-LSIP states, cannot really change the trend. So if the LSIP states are really moving forward, they are really bringing with them the entire European region. So yes, there is progress, and I'm not going to go into the details of each element, each objective, each ASBU thread, which is pretty much the equivalence of the EOC we use in the master plan level 3. I just have a very, very simple, some would even say very simplistic aggregation of data where we show how many airports have completed the element versus in 2020 and 2021. And you see that there is an increase. For the airports, we do not use percentage, we just use absolute numbers because potentially we have more than 2,000 airports in the European region. So we don't have a baseline. Each state decides in which airport they want to implement an objective or an ICAO element. So We have, as an average per element, we have 135 airports having implemented, while for this is for block 0, while for block 1, as we have monitored more elements this year than last year, we have a smaller increase as an average. But there is still an increase. And of course, as expected, block 0 is more advanced than block 1. Like on our side in the master plan terminology, the vision phase A is more advanced than the vision phase B. It's fully logical. In terms of states, and here we can use percentages because we have a fixed amount of states. We have 55 states in the European region that are always the same number. And also here you see there is a progress. So you see in terms of block 0 went from 56 to 64% completion. So this means that all the elements, all the states, 64% of them are implemented. And even for block 1, where we have even increased the number of monitored elements, even there is also a progress. Now, what is next? The first findings of the report were presented to the ANSYS, which is the Air Navigation System Implementation Support Group, which is one of the subgroups of the ESPG, the Aviation System Planning Group. The first initial findings, pretty much based on this presentation, but a bit more detailed, was presented 3 weeks ago. And the report will be submitted to the ESPG for discussion and endorsement at the end of November. So probably in some 4 or 5 weeks where we expect the endorsement. And once it will be endorsed, we'll be ready to start the next ICAO-ASBO report for the next year. We hope this to happen as soon as possible, to be able to really identify, to see if we can bridge any more gaps between the 87, which are ideally to be monitored, and the 74 we have now. And the moment we can see if we can find the information somewhere in-house, then we'll probably be ready to start the new cycle of information collection. For you, the cycle is starting actually today, because the moment you start feeding data into the LSIP database, you populate also the ICAO needed information. And we hope to start with the non-LSIP states as soon as possible, so as to be able to deliver as usual on time. I think this is all from me.
Thank you, Octavian. Before I round up, I'd like to give the floor to Sven to give some further insights on ICAO matters for the ASBO.
Yes, thank you, Danny, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So I really, after I've been seeing Octavian's presentation at the ANSYS, didn't want to compete with his excellent style, so I kept calm of that. Thanks for the good introduction. I just want to remind all of the stakeholders present here that we have tried to avoid the double reporting since the beginning, and that was after the 38th assembly, which is more or less now 4 assemblies ago. It all started in 2019, 9 years ago, when the ESPG was presented with the version of the Global Air Navigation Plan at the assembly. All signatories to the Chicago Convention actually agreed that states and the industry utilize the GAMP for steering their implementation. The states also agreed that they should have a timely information provision to ICAO and to each other on a regular basis. And the Assembly also tasked the states that are developing their navigation plans and that are modernizing their infrastructure to coordinate with ICAO and the regional offices their individual plans. So all the states have actually signed up to this process, and in the early stages we knew what is happening in Europe. We had the SESAR activities, we had the master plan, and we didn't want to burden the states in our region with another ICAO state letter and a questionnaire asking for data, which we are supposed to do based on what the Assembly has decided and has given as a task to the regional offices. So with this, we are now in the 8th version. It has evolved very, very big over time, taking the first paper copy and then also the graphical formats in the presentation. It has been very well appreciated by the Air Navigation Commission in Montreal. It's one of the key documents that are supported every year from the European region into the Global Air Navigation Report. We also have seen quite a huge demand when the document is actually printed. When we were both in Madrid, for example, for the World ATM Congress, and particularly from states outside of the European region. This is also where neighboring regions like the mid-region in Cairo has more or less copied this approach. And okay, they only have 15 states to monitor, but if you go to the website in Cairo, you will see a more or less similar approach, for surely with less data, but in the same format and in the same presentation mode as we have been doing so far. So from our perspective, we always appreciate the cooperation that we had. I think it's a very, very good example how information should be collected and should be shared to all the different stakeholders. There's always this little bit extra to the non-LSIP states, and it was a quite cumbersome process to get them to the level of reporting. As you can imagine, the possibilities in Uzbekistan from the service provider, the airport, the airline, the military stakeholders, the industry, to get all the data more or less at the same level that you would have with the SLOAs and the master plan level 3 would surely be impossible to do. So we had to find a compromise here. And I think we have done that very well. I'm looking forward to the discussion at the ESPG. We have now also a new global air navigation plan that was just recently adopted at the Assembly a couple of weeks ago. And I just take the Assembly Resolution 41-6, which is now replacing 40-1, which is exactly saying the same things. So we have now even one additional element, and that is that the states are now urged to use the ICAO tools and to measure the implementation of the operational improvements as part of their national strategy to reduce the environmental impact. So the CO2 emission reductions that are now very high on the agenda of ICAO are also now included into this list of tasks that have to be done following the assembly. And again, my big thanks to all the team that is working on that, Octavian, Alexandra, Danny, who is making that possible. And I just would like to take 2 more minutes and come quickly forward. So I know we have been working together a long way, Danny, at your last LSIP meeting. So in the name of the regional director and our office, we want to give you a certificate of outstanding achievement. It's not that much, I mean, you can hang it on the wall. Danny debites in recognition of his continuous support to ICAO and his outstanding personal contributions to the implementation of the GAMP in the EURONAT region from 2013 to 2022. This is for you, Danny. And a famous Montreal commissariat only bag with something bu sans soufre. So
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks
With the ICAO team only.
With the ICAO team, indeed. Sven, Octavian, thanks a lot. Thanks for the kind words, Sven. Nice to hear. What I recall from both presentations is already 8 years and or even 9 years, as I see now, 9 years that indeed you are not aware of the process, and that's good because it means there's no double reporting. It goes through this one. It's also good to see, and I remind you that the surveillance questionnaire, which we have now for the 3rd year, I think, is not used simply for the guys from surveillance to know where you are, but it's used for other purposes amongst the ICAO one. And also, the ASBU monitoring report in Europe is quite special. I mean, not other regions don't have something, and it's because there's an existing mechanism that we have used for other things. Anyhow, that's it. Any further comments from your side, from the audience, from the online community? If not, Davian, thanks. Sven, thanks. The last briefing we now have before the break is something, it's a topic that is not coupled to the master plan level 3, not at all. It's a new topic of part of unified planning and monitoring. We already had discussions, and I think almost a year that we had with the colleagues from EASA and ICAO. And so quite proud now to have Regine Hameling from EASA to present this quite new monitoring within the existing process. It's a bit different because you, as the LSSIP focal points, it's your colleagues who have to work on that. But at least she's speaking now, Regine, in front of all of you. And we think we have a few of the so-called RASP focal points also online now listening in. So she's speaking to two communities, which is, of course, a challenge. Regine, there you go.
Thank you, Danny, for the introduction. So I'm Regine. I'm from the EASA team that deals with the EPAS, but today I speak on behalf of the European Regional Expert Safety Group, which is the group responsible for the regional plan, and also on behalf of its working group that does the groundwork and that has helped a lot to put the first official EURORASP implementation survey together. And I will just echo what Sven has just said about the ASPO reporting. We are extremely grateful to all the support we got from Eurocontrol to make that happen. So I'm really happy to see that taking shape now, that we have our EURORASP implementation survey taking inspiration from the ASPO reporting and hopefully creating as many synergies as possible with the established mechanism and making it straightforward for the people to report, and those who are used to the system, they will find more or less the same thing. And we hope that this will contribute to making the EURORASP a very important instrument to further aviation safety in the region. So EURORASP, those who are exposed to that know what it is, but it's not that easy actually to explain what it is compared to the EPAS. So the EPAS, the European Plan for Aviation Safety, remains the regional plan for all the EASA member states. But of course, in the wider EU region, we also need to show that we have a regional safety plan. That is one of the goals of the Global Aviation Safety Plan. And we are now under the third edition of the regional plan. The EURORASP takes its inspiration, if I may say so, from the EPAS, but more and more it evolves to something that will meet the needs of the wider region. At the first 3 editions, we took a subset of EPAS actions, those that are considered relevant for the region, and we morphed them into regional plan actions. So it's a little bit more high level compared to the things that are monitored with LSSIP. It's specific actions that can be rulemaking or safety promotion actions, safety enhancement initiatives. So it's a quite of different animal that we have to deal with, but we hope that we keep it within the LSSIP zoo and that we can make use of all the established mechanisms. So what we would like to do, which is another expectation from ICAO, an expectation spelled out in the Global Aviation Safety Plan, is to regularly monitor how the plan is implemented. Goes without saying. We need to involve specific focal points. So we have called the states to nominate focal points that are different from the established LSSIP focal points in most cases, I would assume. We're putting that list together, that we know who to address and who will be accountable for what goes into the plan. And then those focal points will gather the input and upload it through the established mechanism. So what is already in place is the online facilities that we have. So those, like I said, who are familiar with it will recognize how it works. We have tried to use also the same taxonomies on the answering options. So it should look quite familiar, even though the content is quite different. We have a small complication, I would say, which is that we have different applicability of some of the actions. Where an action calls for some regulatory action for the EASA states, that would be a pre-filled answer from EASA. States would not need to figure out how they do that because the rulemaking is done at EU level. So this is something which you will find in the survey questions, that some questions have a specific applicability to either all states or only the EASA states or only the non-EASA states. So we want to go to something very structured, take inspiration from the ASPO reporting, and we want to make that an important instrument within the establishment of the regional plan. So it's not only for the purpose of being able to issue an annual implementation plan, as we are still, I would say, on a learning curve for the regional plan. It will be an extremely important input to deciding what goes into the next plan. So we have now the first formal exercise. Before that, we did a little pilot case. We had done a test survey, which allowed us to scope the survey questions and to see how we have to frame them. And so we will continue to do this continual improvement. So this is the first official formal survey, but it will not be cast in stone. We will try to improve every year the content and the layout of the survey. It's not in its current stage or current shape that we will continue with those questions for the next 3 cycles. How will the report be produced? It's pretty similar to the ASPO report. Like I said, we try to mirror as far as practicable what is done for the ASPO reporting. So we will have the individual state inputs that will be analyzed by the RESC, the Regional Experts Safety Group, and it has the working group assistance. Everything will be coordinated by the ICAO UNAT office, but the raw data, if I may say so, will of course come through the LSSIP database. And then we will try to make sense out of it, and we will put the report together that needs to be provided to the ASPG for formal endorsement. For this first formal survey, we target June 2023 for the endorsement, but we have to see how it goes. So it would be very helpful for us to keep that target, because then we can still consider any recommendations coming out of the survey into the next year's EURAS planning cycle, to decide what actions we need to take on board, where we have to put more emphasis, and what may not be so suitable for the regional plan. So timeline, here again, we try to not depart too much from what is established for LSSIP. So today is a formal kickoff. States who are familiar with the system, who have an access to the system, can start uploading their replies already as of today. And then we have the reporting period, which runs until the end of January. Then it will be the same as for all the other inputs. The LSSIP database will be blocked for editing, and then we will start the analysis and start the preparation of the report. And at the very latest, in December 2023, we have to submit the final report. But like I said, we would like ideally to have something presented to the SPG already in June next year. So how to access the LSSIP database? I will go very quickly here, because most of you are familiar with this. I would just like to mention, for those who have not worked with LSSIP, we have a follow-up kickoff meeting, a remote, of course, shorter kickoff meeting, which is scheduled for the 8th of November. The invitations have already been sent out by the ICAO Paris office, and there we will be able to address the questions from those who are not so familiar yet with how the LSSIP database works. Now, in terms of content, the survey synopsis, we have different chapters, we have various completion targets, and we have between 1 and 7 questions per completion target. And we have altogether 73 questions, which is much less than what we had in our trial survey. So we have tried to condense that a little bit, find the right balance between being efficient and being thorough. So we thought that for the first 73 questions would be largely enough. The survey is structured thematically, the systemic issues, then we have a number of operational issues. And in part golf, we have very specific questions that will help us to identify additional risks, state safety risks that are deemed of relevance for the entire region. So we also use the survey to capture those things. And then next to that, also to give an opportunity to the states to share with the region the safety actions that are taken for those specific risks. So we also use this survey to get input into what we would like to establish as a kind of risk management process for the region. There are also some specific questions that mirror the GASP expectations. We have questions to find out which states need assistance with SSP implementation, and that altogether makes out 73 questions. The survey in the LSSIP database, how does it look like? So we have the same functionalities. We have a home page, we have drop-down menus. They are built pretty much in the same way as for the existing database. Then you can click through the different options. You also have this functionality to show what is the status of the input, whether it's still in the working or whether it's already stabilized, whether it's final. And then, of course, content-wise, we refer to the specific action. We give the background information, so we give a little bit of introduction. Important item is a confidentiality note. It goes without saying that any personal data that is uploaded in the database is treated in accordance with the applicable data protection rules. The whole purpose of the survey is to mature the regional safety planning, and it's not intended to feed anything that would be used in a context of oversight or enforcement. So this is made very clear from the outset in the introduction to the survey. What does the question look like in the database here? Again, I don't think that I need to read through all this. We have recalled very briefly what is the description of the action in the regional plan with its reference, but then a short description, cross-reference to the EBAS action if that builds upon an EBAS action. And then we have multiple choice or single choice questions, drop-down menus. So it looks like quite a lot with 76 questions, but very often it's a simple tick will do the job. And there are a number of qualitative questions, of course, but the way that the survey questionnaire has been designed, I would say, is extremely user-friendly, pre-established answering categories, and also mirroring the completion status, the same wording, same terminology used than what we have in the ASPO reporting, like completed, not completed, planned, not planned, ongoing, and so on and so forth. So I mentioned also here in red, you see, for example, flagging where questions have different applicability. So here, for example, it's a rulemaking activity. We do not need to have an input here from the EASA member states for the report that will be produced. It's will be a standard reply that will be produced by EASA for all the EASA states. So it wouldn't make sense to have them invent something which in any case would be exactly the same wording than in the final report. So here we also have an example of a more qualitative question where we have free text boxes. We have provided an indication of where those questions require qualitative input, and then each time those come with a size limitation. That is one of the things we found in our trial survey, where we did not put any limitation to the text that could be uploaded in the survey tool that we used. And then we ended up with too much text that was very difficult to analyze. So we want to restrain that a little bit, and we have to see whether this is meaningful or not. So one thing is for sure, we want very concise input. We do not want anything which would go into the direction of states promoting how mature the SSP is, if I may say so. So that is the main reason why we needed to put clear limitations on those qualitative questions. And then, of course, we will do debrief after this, and we will see if this worked out well, or whether states have an appetite to feed more information. So that was a very quick review of a very nice first EuroRASP survey questionnaire, which is, like I said, already available in the tool. Guidance is very important. We know that it's the first time, it's new, in particular for those who have not been exposed to LSSIP. So we have created functional mailboxes So whatever needs to be clarified in terms of survey contents will be tackled by the ICAO regional office. So we have a dedicated functional mailbox for questions on the content, and any question that relates to the functionality, the access to the database, the different menus within the database, that can be directed to the EURORASP support functional mailbox that is taken care of by EUROCONTROL. Like I said, we will have this follow-up kickoff meeting on the 8th of November, where we will take questions specifically on the functionality. And then, of course, before we open the floor for questions, I would like to insist once more that we need to have the nominations from all states. I think we still miss a few states who have not yet nominated a focal point. It's not a majority, it's really only a few, but without that it will be difficult for us to really get that started. And of course, once more, I would like to express a very big thanks to Dani and his team, to Yuda, who has done really a lot to get our, if I may say so, simple Word document into a very nice database that makes it very easy for those who are familiar with the system to answer the questions. And we hope that we can get useful information out of this that will help us to produce the first report, and hopefully after a couple of cycles we will also be praised by ICAO Montreal for what we do in Europe. And once again, to a large extent, this will be thanks to the whole infrastructure that has been created by EUROCONTROL. And of course, I would not want to leave the stage without opening the floor for questions, if we still have time for that, because we're a little bit behind schedule.
Thank you, Regine. What I recall from this is that it fits in a unified planning and monitoring. It shows the good cooperation between Eurocontrol, EASA, and ICAO. It's important for people here in the room and all the LSSIP focal points. There's no more work for you. It's not additional work. It's your colleagues who will feed in the system. And also that ICAO and Eurocontrol are ready to support all the RASP focal points for any question. We have a number of emails, the email on the content and the email about the tool. The email about the tool, there's Luda who is behind it, and if Luda is not there, somebody else from the team. But so that is not through the normal contact person focal point chain, it's a different chain, and that's why it's a bit different. It may change in the future, but at this moment we found opportune, as it's a whole different safety, different people. But for example, already for Austria, I know that there already was made an arrangement between Martin and his colleague Tino, how they will deal with it. And it's indeed, like Regine says, you really, and of course, we asked you, but if you know a colleague should be involved in it, reach out and say, look, here it is, the tool is there, it's easily functional, it works, we have timings, etc. Fill in the information and come back to these emails or to others for questions. Q&A from anybody? None from your side? So I see it's we're 5 minutes behind schedule. I would propose that we take now the coffee break and we really reconvene at 45, because then we'll guide you through the database. We have Marina, she will guide you through all the tips and tricks of the database. So 15:45 we reconvene. Thank you. Tu peux l'envoyer, no worry, tu peux l'envoyer, c'est bon.
I talked to Munich.
Say again?
I talked to Munich.
Yeah.
I thought that I have to do a series of amendments based on the comments which
Then we
came
do it
today.
tomorrow, eh?
Yes, but he's going to go on vacation and he wants the report published after the 7th.
After the 7th of November?
Yes.
No worries.
So we already have...
if it's really only that, it's only that.
I corrected it. I will correct the text. I will have a call. He asked me to call him later
At the very end, 7th November is okay. The point is simply, it was dragging on. I thought, come on. If now we say 7th,
Yes.
Already Paul sent out something
He
that you
asked me
see.
to call him on. I don't know. It's his phone number available in the signature, right? The mobile phone.
Could be. I have no idea. Don't you have his mobile
I
phone?
don't have.
I'll
I
send it
don't
through.
talk to Munish.
I'll send it to you.
Yes.
I'll send it to you.
Thank you.
I'll do so like that. Okay.
So I will see with him.
Yeah, very good. Munich.
Have the pictures already.
The pictures, all the pictures.
Oh, they were plastic.
All beautiful people. Aha.
What a nice gesture from Sven.
Come. Yeah, it's nice.
I
Yes.
didn't know anything.
Say again?
He brought us also yesterday a bottle of champagne.
For you guys.
Yes, but
Very good.
Octavian put it in his deposit.
Yeah, okay, but no, that's for you guys.
But
No, it's
he's
good.
very nice.
That's good.
But I remember in the Service Access meeting, he was doing that sometimes
Yeah,
as well.
he does that.
If there was something in the, not every time, but really if there was something,
But
he would do
it
it.
counts. Not everybody does this.
Not true.
With proof.
No. That's okay.
Nice. That's your usually face. You always have this.
I fear the worst.
I'm curious with the group.
And because he made a selection and then all, and this, we couldn't get in, and then he sent me this link with all, so it's plenty. But you can't see.
Yeah, taking all the photos. I continue.
Lisa, don't look serious. Okay, I was thinking about the dark blue or this one. And I think it made a break. Oh dear, oh dear. No, we just have to manage. Wait. That's the start of it. Was it us? No. No, this one's a bit better.
The cool side. But the light is weird.
It's very dark indeed. But look at it. Look as well how most people are dressed in the dark. That makes it dark as well.
Yeah, you just see London.
With me with the scarf and me with the trousers.
One of this is more.
No, it's the last one. Huh? No, it still goes, huh? Okay, good. Yes, sorry.
Sorry for crying.
No, it's okay. Yeah. When we go through summaries of what has been said today, the slides will be there. This is just analytics, so we can talk about other presentations with you as well. So you mean you can do it? Is it killing?
No, si se está grabando, verá.
He's here also. Yes, I saw him. Porque estás presentando porque no sé. No, estás presentando tú. No, porque ya ver
Let's continue. Luca, tu peux fermer la porte? Okay, let's continue. We have still 3 presentations and the closing of this event. I know it's hard, of course, at the end of the day, but you have drank coffee, so that should be sufficient. We now have what you all have been looking for, the LSSIP Plus tool, enhancements. Factual, let's say it, last year there were many more enhancements than this year. We had the major revamp, but still we have to consolidate. We listen to your comments. We consolidate the CP1 monitoring, and there were a number of changes more. We have a big slideshow. Marina speaks fast, but she promised she would speak slower, and she would some slides simply skip them because anyhow, we have good educational material and the stuff is in there. But there you go.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marina Lopez. As Dan explained, I'm in charge of the LC Plus database. So I'm gonna walk through all the changes and enhancements we have created this year. So this is the content of my presentation. We're gonna start by the homepage. Then we're gonna go on the changes of the implementation objectives themselves. Then I would say the biggest update this year, which is the questionnaire section with all the new questionnaires embedded. A small update on the reports and the analytics as well. A very nice one, in my opinion, which is the change logs update, and finally the supporting material. However, now I'm gonna be a bit more on the point number 6, just to let you know, as Danny just said, that we have created very, very good supporting material. We have created this year the educational material, which basically takes you step by step through all the functionalities of the database, especially the new functionalities. So in case of doubts, in case you want to see how to do things this year or you are having questions, first look into this educational material because it has been very well done. And then, of course, you can always contact your CP. And you have all the links to the supporting material at the end of my presentation. So starting by the homepage. So as every year, normally you will see the current year as your default year. So edition 2022 should be pre-selected for you as well as your country. The main menu is always updated. Under the highlights for your state, you see the current situation at high level for your objectives, your family, warnings, change requests, etc. And we have as well updated the useful links section with all the hyperlinks that you may need from external pages, such as SharePoint, educational material that I just mentioned, etc. So we're gonna see this on a video, which I think it's always a bit nicer. So as I said, the year should be selected already, year 2022 for you. And of course, we welcome you to the LC Plus database, as always. Over here, you have the timeline. So in case you want to cross-check again the dates that have been presented already, they are always in the homepage. Then we have these sections. First, as I said, the highlights for your state with the objectives that are not yet stable, the families, open warnings, open change requests. The new objectives that are not yet allocated to an organization and the family is not allocated. Useful links, as I said, we have a new SharePoint with all the engineering views, educational material, working instructions. We have as well the links directly to the ATM portal, the map tool, the EUROCONTROL webpage, the SDM page, and the Commission implementing regulation for Common Project 1. And of course, the latest news that says that the next cycle is opening today, 27th of October. Then we're gonna see the updates in the implementation objectives themselves. So we're starting with a, I would say, small one, but a very useful one, which is the multiple selection for local scopes field. Under each SLOA, as you know, you have the possibility to select local scopes where that SLOA is applying. However, in the past, you have to go one by one and clicking like several times in order to add several local scopes. But this year we have updated it in a way that you can select multiple ones in one go. So we have a video as well to show this because, as I said, it's a small change, but I think it's quite nice. So in this case, Slovenia is the example. So as you can see, now you can select several local scopes for this SLOA. They will be automatically saved. But of course, just in case, I'm gonna put it back as it was, not to mess up with the data. And always remember to save your changes after you have edited your SLOA or your objectives as well. So as I said, multiple selection in local scope is one of the new enhancements. Something else we have is the automated filling of not applicable SLOAs for the or deployment milestones. So the moment you are changing the status to not applicable and you save, you will see now all your checkpoints are becoming not applicable directly. And I think this is saving a lot of time for new objectives or new SLOAs that have been added and are not applicable to you. So in one go, you are putting all the checkpoints as not applicable and you don't need to click one by one, not applicable, not applicable, not applicable. So another small change, but I would say as well, very useful. Then I will focus a bit more in the change request process. So as you know, this is allowing a contact personal focal point to have like a direct communication that is traceable, that is registered. Sometimes, as we know, we're just asking for clarification, or we have the experts may have some questions, or they will give you some instructions to modify the data, etc. As you know, it can be created, the change request can be created at the 3 levels. We have the state level, objective level, we have the stakeholder organization, and as well the SLOA deployment milestone. We're going to use this functionality mainly during this data cross-check period that was explained before, meaning from 1st of February to 17th of February. Our commitment is that we're not going to create any more change requests after the 17th of February, as Nancy explained, to really give you time until the 8th of March to treat and to deal with this change request. We're going to assign those change requests to a specific user. That user is going to get an automated notification, an email, and you can as well always answer to the change request in the comment section, which works a bit like a chat, but we're going to see this in more detail. So in order to see your change request, of course, you go to the LSSIP homepage, implementation objectives part, and then you go to the change request tab. There is a new functionality we have created, which is the export CSV, which will allow you to download all your change requests in one document. This is a CSV document, so if you have questions on how to put the data to columns or how to translate the data in a more easy way, you can always contact your contact person. And we have a few things that are new as well that I will explain in the next slide. Here, I just wanted to remind you of the acknowledgement functionality, which will allow you to mark as read a new change request that you have already read. So, or you can leave it as unread if you want to deal with it a bit later on. And of course, in order to work in the change request and add a comment, you first have to click on edit. So the other things that I said are new from this cycle is the change request ID. This is very important because this will allow us and you as well to identify each change request with a unique ID number. This is automatically created by the database, and it's going to include always the edition year, in this case 2022, the state 2 letters code, the objective SDP family code, plus a number which is going to be 0001, 002, etc. Then we have created the section title and the section description. Because I don't know if you remember from previous cycles, sometimes we were using the title as the description of the change request. Sometimes the title was just a title and the content of the change request was in the first comment. So it was a bit difficult to manage. So from this cycle on, we have title, description, and then the comment section for you to provide, let's say, an answer to that change request. And of course, the target column is including a hyperlink that redirects you to the objective view of the objective that the change request is tackling. So I think now I have a video creating, the next one. So just to show you within each objective and at each level, as I said, it can be objective, stakeholder, or SLOA. You have a dedicated button to see how many change requests are created or are open. And clicking on this button will redirect you to the change request tab. This is the view from the change request perspective. So you can always add a change request. And this is very important. The change request can be created from our side, contact person, but also from your side as focal points. So there are the cases in some states where the stakeholders are using the change request as well to communicate internally. So this is always a possibility. And you can create the change requests as you're going to see here, clicking on the add button. And of course, you can save the changes, of course, to make sure that the change request has been saved. Once you get this assigned, for example, you have been assigned to a change request, you're going to get this automatic email notification that I was telling before. And you're going to receive it, you're going to see that you have been assigned a change request, and you can consult it by clicking on the link that is in this email. The moment you are assigned to a change request, you're automatically subscribed to it. So it depends on your ways of working. Of course, you may want to be subscribed, you may not want to be subscribed. So there is a button specifically designed for you to unsubscribe or subscribe if you are not assigned directly. You can always subscribe to all the change requests for your state. And as I said, any user can subscribe and subscribe. This is very important. So here's the video. In this case, I'm going to create a new change request for you to see. As you can see, the moment I click on add, this automatic change request ID is going to be created. So you see in this example for Austria, the first change request has been created. As I said, we have different sections now for the title and for the description, which is very, very handy to make sure that we have a short title describing the change request plus the description, and the comment section that functions like a chat will allow you provide answer. And as I said, I will always assign a person, or as contact persons, we will always assign a person from the state. And this person will get this automatic notification that will inform them that there is a change request that have been created for them. The moment the change request is created, you will see here the 01 part, and that's it. The change request remains open until it has been dealt with. The moment it has been resolved, it can only be closed by the author, in this case, the contact person. So please inform also your contact persons once you have provide comments in case you see the change request is not being closed, because it will be closed probably shortly. Where to find the full list of change requests is going to be, as I said, under the implementation objectives part on the sub-menu on the right-hand side as change request. Ideally, for this cycle, you shouldn't have any yet, so you will see only change requests if you go to the edition 2021, but this is where they will all appear. Another thing, and also very important, that we have implemented this year, this has to deal with the warnings. As you know, the warnings are the automated disclaimers or information messages that appear once you save the data and something is not correct or is not matching. This year, in order to, let's say, get the most accurate and best information as possible, we are not letting you stabilize the objectives if there is any active warning. This means that you need to make sure that all the warnings are treated before stabilizing your objective. In this example, for Germany, you see there are still 2 warnings active. The person tries to stabilize the objective, and you have this message telling you that the stabilization is not possible. Please address all the active warnings first. If you have an issue with a specific warning and you see it's not possible, or maybe the information you're providing is correct, but the warning is still there, you can, of course, contact your contact person, and we can always ignore the warnings for you. That this will allow you to stabilize the data if this is the case. Then, as it was explained before, this cycle, we have created the granularity for a stakeholders organization for each local objective. So from this cycle onwards, every local objective is going to have the state level plus the stakeholders organization level. As a stakeholder, this is going to allow you to select the status and the implementation date. You don't need to provide a percentage. The percentage is going to go directly at the state level, as it is now, but it will allow us as well to see what is the different implementation progress and status between each stakeholder that is contributing to that local objective. So this is just the reflection of what has been explained before for local objectives. Then I would say is the biggest change we have this year in the LSIP tool. We have the questionnaire section and a big questionnaires update in the LSIP Plus database. We have 7 questionnaires. We have first extended AMAN and cross-border FRA in collaboration with SDM. The surveillance questionnaire that we had this year, it has been slightly updated as well. EURAS has been explained already by our colleague from EASA. And we have the 2 safety questionnaires that were already explained as well by our safety colleague. SESAR Solutions, it was as well there last year, so it's not a new one. And now we're going to see them a bit more in detail, but not too much because, as I said, they've been already explained, and all the step-by-step information, it's very well explained in the educational material. So first, we have created a new dedicated section in the upper menu, because if you remember last year, we were adding questionnaire after questionnaire, and it was making the upper menu a bit big, so we just decided to put all the new questionnaires and all the old questionnaires under an appropriate section called questionnaires, so you will have it as well in the upper menu. And clicking there, you will open the drop-down menu with all the questionnaires that are available for you. First one is the extended AMAN. So as I said, I'm not going to go detail by detail, but just for you to know, this objective is complementing this questionnaire is complementing objective ATC 15.2, but to report in neighboring ACCs. For those that reported already this information in the previous monitoring view, the pre-filled information is there. So you're going to see already some information that you need to cross-check and update if needed. For others, you may not see any information, and in this case, you need to report from scratch. This is how the questionnaire looks like. Normally, your country, as always, will be selected by default, and it's very, very easy to use. You have different status that you need to select, implementation date, remarks, which is a free text, as always, and you can as well delete the ACCs that you have added yourself. However, if the information has been pre-filled for you, this information is already stable, so you don't need to, you are not, let's say, able to delete because the information, it's already there for you. Same for cross-border free route airspace questionnaire. You can select it in the questionnaires menu, country will be selected by default, etc. In this case as well, the questionnaire is going to be pre-filled for those who had already provided information last year in the monitoring view. And it works as any other questionnaire. You have the stable button to make sure that it's basically to inform us that the information is final. In this case, you can always stabilize the questionnaire, same as the objectives. We have created a stable button on each questionnaire. This is very important and very useful for us, so we don't need to keep asking you if you have finished the filling in the questionnaires, because we're going to see directly who has stabilized the questionnaires. This questionnaire is, I would say, is even easier because you just have the current status to select, the target date, and the remarks. Then we have the surveillance questionnaire. This is very, very similar to how it was last year. There are just slight enhancements or updates. We have added the ANSP checkbox at the very end of each project and sensors table. In this case, it's a free text, so you can just type the ANSP of your country. And pretty much is the same as last cycle. We have added as well for this sensors table the en route and TMA granularity. Normally you will find in the first line, which is en route TMA, the aggregated number of sensors that you provided last year. So in this case, we just want you to give us a bit more granularity on which are en route, which are TMA. But it's pretty similar of how it was last year. We have added, as I said, to all the questionnaires, the stable button. And you will see as well, it's very interesting, the last modify and stabilization date for you to know when was the last time you modified the questionnaire and as well when was stabilized. Then the EURASP questionnaire was very well explained before. It's a very detailed questionnaire by 7 different parts, and as it was explained before, you have as well a lot of supporting material and the email address if you have questions on this one. Then as well, the new 2 safety questionnaires complementing the safety objectives with for airspace infringement and runway excursion. For these 2 questionnaires, we have based the structure on the SESAR solution implemented on a voluntary basis, so it's going to look very, very familiar because we have followed exactly the same. You're going to find always the recommendation code, the recommendation itself and the description, and you can always select the location, the plan date of implementation, the status, and the comment. And if you are implementing this recommendation in more than one place, you can always duplicate each recommendation as many times as you want. So very easy, pretty much like the SESAR solution questionnaire, and very, very straightforward and very, very easy to use. Same for airspace infringement and runway excursion. They are basically the same. You just need to go through all the recommendations that it has been explained and give us the most accurate data on where and when are you implementing these recommendations. And finally, the SESAR solution, as it was already very well explained by Octavian, we rely a lot on this data to see which solutions are creating more appeal, and we have more, let's say, early implementers. And it's very important that you provide as well very accurate data for the SESAR solution questionnaires. We just, let's say, updated the SESAR solution questionnaires, the SESAR solutions based on the last update. Again, we have created the stable button for you to tell us once you have finalized the input of the data. And finally, in the reports and analytics update, this is a very small one. In order to be consistent, I start with the reports. For both the high level and the detail, we have added next to the objective code, the SDP family, and as well the links to the CHEF projects. So if you have added CHEF projects to your deployment milestones, they are going to be now appearing in the high level report and as well on the detailed report. So the detailed report, as you know, is just giving you a bit more granularity than the high level. So you're going to see the family code next to the objective one, the deployment milestone next to the SLOA, and the CHEF links under each SLOA where it has been attached. I would say it's a small change, but I think it's very useful to have always this traceability of the links between SDP and master plan. Then on the analytics, just a very small update in both ICAO graphs. So first, the progress per ICAO ASBU block. We have modified a bit the format and as well for the ICAO ASBU threat element to make sure that the methodology behind it's according to the ICAO ASBU threat, and as well the color code. It's very simple, but I think very nice. And finally, the change logs update. I think I don't want, I want to give a lot of importance to this one, even though it's at the end, because I think it's very, very useful for all the users. I don't know if you remember, but before you were able to select the change logs only the history of what you have changed on the objectives part. But since we have added so many questionnaires, we have as well the change request, etc. We wanted to have a bit more granularity on the change logs. So we're gonna, let's say, give it a bit of an update for this cycle. You can find the change logs as well in the upper menu. And we have divided this into different sections. So objective logs, change request logs, project logs, and questionnaire logs. However, due to technology, it was not possible to apply all these changes in the logs retroactively, but we don't want you to miss the history of the change of the logs in the past editions. So the first tab you see here is just gonna give you the history of the changes that have been done in the previous editions. However, starting this cycle 2022, this logs, this first tab is not going to be updated anymore, and we're just dividing the different changes of the logs into these 4 tabs that I'm going to explain now. First, for the objective logs, it's going to allow you to search updates or changes done by user at objective level. So first, you can always select the date. That can be, you can filter by date, by objective, by country, by user, and you're going to have the list of changes done for that objective, for that user, for that country, etc. Very important, same as the warnings and the change request, you can export to CSV. In order, depends if you prefer to work on Excel, I think it's quite useful. Then for the change request log, this is purely focusing on the changes performed at change request level. Same as before, you have filters for the date, for the objective, for the country, for the user, and you're gonna see if a change request has been created, if a change request has been modified, etc. Then for the projects, as you know, normally we leave the database open for the project a bit longer for you to update national, multinational and FAB projects, but this will allow us as well to see who has modified each project in case you need to know this information. And finally, the questionnaires. So this is quite handy, I would say, regarding the amount of questionnaires we have included this year. You're going to be able to select, of course, the dates, the country, and the questionnaire, and the user. So it will allow you to see, if you don't know who has modified this data in your country, to see who has modified the different questionnaires or to see the changes. And as I said at the beginning, this is very, very important. We have created very good educational material. You can find it in the SharePoint. So I would say first question, first doubt, go to this educational material. It's very, very useful. It's step by step, every questionnaire, every change, everything regarding the database, how to fill in the objectives, how to do basically everything. And then, of course, if you have questions, we are available for you. I'm available. Your contact persons are available. You have as well the LSSIP support email. And yeah, I think my next slide is questions. Yeah, thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marina. It's always a challenge at the end to present this tool. What I recall from it, number of updates in the home page, processing of local scopes, change request, warning, stabilization, reports, analytics. The change request process is important, has been changed and adapted. And she gave the overview of all 7 questionnaires, all with the same structure. And as said, one of these is not for you as an LSSIP focal point to deal with. Thanks. And any comments, questions? You can.
Just very quickly, we know, yeah, first go.
Yeah, just a question in relation to the surveillance questionnaire. Is it possible to extract the questionnaire to a Word or an Excel file? Because last year it was not possible and I had to manually create it for our experts to fill in. So if it could be exported, then it makes life much easier for me. Thank you. So
yes, we have available the Word extraction, but not yet the Excel. So, but I think it's a start.
Okay, you can say something.
Yeah, I was just want to say that we know it's a lot of changes, specifically on the questionnaires, but as I said, we have created very good supporting material and we are here to assist you. So don't be overwhelmed by the amount of questionnaires or changes in the database, because I think we have a very good, a lot of resources, let's say, to assist you in this task. So yeah.
Thanks. Any further questions on the tool? Okay, thanks, Marina. We're almost at the end. We have here, some of you may remember that last year and the year before, we spoke also about our other tools, USpace, NetSys, Aldi, etc. We don't find it necessary to remind you on that, but there's some small updates. But then I thought, just for a small detail, let's give you an overview from where we come 8-9 years ago, how the database have progressed, to show you also how we will simplify again, and then to speak to you about one small thing, the coupling between Aldi and NetSys. So Alexandra will do that.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm Alexandra Papagiuk, and together we will take a look into what we have dedicated presentation for the unified planning and monitoring view, with an insight on our tools infrastructure complementing Marina's point of view. As Dani said, in order to see, we have heard today, a lot of you feel that we have had together a progress and an evolution. Let's take a look back into the past. We decided to look somewhere in 2014, and in front of you, you have an overview of how the database infrastructure used to look back then. A very simple, more simple than what we have today. Moving forward, going to 2016, we see over here some changes. In 2016, we see that under the oversight of the European Commission, the SDM function consists of the synchronization and the coordination of the deployment of the common projects. Therefore, as you know, the first common project is known as the pilot common project. We do see a separate reporting channel. However, moving forward to 2020, several developments take place in our infrastructure of our tools. We started the support of the monitoring processes for the colleagues part of the network manager, for the network systems coordination and synchronization, NetSys, and the online data interchange, the Aldi tool. In this regard, we developed several tools which eased the flow of reporting and aligned the data required for every operational stakeholder. As you see, we also have the USpace database, which allowed us to have a centralized implementation progress view, and we had a short, medium planning information gathered through it. 2021, it was a year of changes. The double reporting process is dissolved. A solid step for the unified reporting is made through the alignment between the SDP families and the ATM master plan objectives, down to the level of the deployment milestones and the stakeholder lines of action. The double reporting process, as you see, it's gone. We are all one. And the LSSIP Plus database now envisage a new set of functionalities, questionnaires, and analytics. We introduced you last year the DLS questionnaire, the surveillance, and the SESAR solution. Where are we now? As you can see, now we are having a much more detailed view. The current legacy relational IT infrastructure within this monitoring cycle will reflect the changes that we have done together. As already covered in the presentations of my colleagues, we have new monitoring streams via the newly developed questionnaires. We are at the same time following actions for a unified planning and monitoring, hence tightening the processes with the network operations plan and the operational excellence program. In line with this action, the unidirectional automated synchronization from the LSSIP database to the NetSys continues. A novelty, which we will discuss in our next slides, will be the synchronization between the Aldi database to NetSys and the manual synchronization that you will see done by us in our team from the Aldi tool to the LSSIP database. And now, as you are very familiar, those of you who are in this process, this is just a short overview to see the synchronization that we are doing between the LSSIP, SLOAs, and the NetSys topic. For this edition, we have a subset of 11 implementation objective stakeholder lines of action, which will provide information at the full level of granularity required. The monitoring process integrated by you as a focal point for the SLOAs that you see on your left side will be pushed directly to the NetSys database. Also, as a novelty, we will have a connection between the NetSys and Aldi tool. We will have 9 NetSys repository items will be reflected from the Aldi database. In terms of what concerns us, We will have an online data interchange module, the support to air-ground data link, namely the LOF and NAN messages. They will be mapped and integrated in our current status for this year. So for the two stakeholder lines of action, ITI GDL and ITI GDL SP06, we will manually integrate the status. What is that meaning? For example, the current status in the LSIP database for X state is ongoing. However, if we have the information in the OLTP database that it's not yet planned, we will automatically correct it to avoid double wrong reporting. So we wanted to make sure that we ease the process of reporting for all the tools. What we are doing now and to improve, we want to have a future monitoring planning that will allow the real-time data to be shared at a unified planning tool. Via an efficient data sharing, a synergy of functionality and a visual identity, a core monitoring database is being built. We are all working within this regard, and we hope to have a simplified, easy data model by having each monitoring process inheriting common concepts and containing specific attributes to a single structure. And this will be it. Would you like to have any questions?
Thanks. What I recall from that one, and it was specifically asked by me to get a bit of an overview, is indeed, you see, we went a long way over the last years. Simple tools, in, out, something around. And then we had a bit of a proliferation. Okay, USpace, NetSys, well, we call it USpace, NetSys, Aldi. We've started to put things together. And so as of next year, after my period, we'll try to come back to a unified tool that does not have a special questionnaire and then you have to click there to NetSys. That would even be better to use, easier to use. And I just looked to slides 242. I had slide 15, but we had different sets. But there's one slide that is important for you to know. We have two items for the ITI AGDL that we will feed back manually from the older database. We know the information is more correct. Your contact person will tell you, but we know there that your colleagues, experts, have more updated information on the LOF and NAN, and so manually we fill it in yours, and then of course you validate. But so that is not automatically, but it's really something where we saw, and all this information fits better here. And now we have to pull it all together. It was just looking backwards and see from where we come, and now the machine underlying is quite old. Also maintenance gets very difficult. I think it was almost a miracle last year that we did all the adaptations. Now it's really time to go to a more modern machine. Any questions for Alexandra, for me? And then you're almost there. I still have my usual, I'll do it from here, my usual slide, which is about the LSIP expert group. Remember this quite informal meeting that we have. You see, it's your sounding board. You see, these are the people, and I see 1, 2, 3 in the room that are in this expert group. We have 15 external members. We have 3 from within the team. We given them an update in summer. We've met in September. We did a dry run initially, then a dry run with them, for which we took the information here to make it better. Typically, what it is, 3 standard meetings correspondence. It's setup of the news cycle. It's to do a real dry run and then a midterm check on the progress. It means we really don't lose feet on the ground. We'll listen to you. We cannot continuously listen to all. Of course, we will have, we'll ask you at the very end, what are the comments, but with a small set of people, then review the PowerPoints. It's a lot better, and that's why we think it's good. So if you would, we have some changes, people come, people go. If you want to be part of it, why? It's a minimal effort, and you can ensure that for your colleagues, what we bring here, the LSIP, is really fit for purpose. We have the 3 contacts and of course the overall email address to contact. The first one, you still have 8 weeks to use that one, and then it won't work anymore. Any questions from your side on the expert group? I know it's late. Oh, not really late, almost late. If not, then I have my boss, Paul, who will close the meeting.
Thank you, Danny, and good afternoon. I know that I'm competing with you wanting to leave this room as quick as possible. I see the body language, yeah, I'm getting it, yeah? So I will really keep this as short as possible. But first of all, it's really good to see all the people here in the room, people online, etc. We all have gone through very difficult moments with the COVID crisis, and now we have our next set of challenges, etc. So again, we're very happy to see all of you coming. We last 2 days had the ENDOP and NDTech, and I know 1 or 2 of you also participated to that. And again, also there we see more and more people also physically coming back to the meetings, and that really makes us happy. People also tell us that they will come back to the next meeting, so hey, we must be doing something right somewhere. So that makes us all very happy. What also makes me personally extremely happy is to see the leadership team here in front. Ramon, Danny, I mean, I think you are the impersonification of the much better integrated way of working between the SDM, and we're now part of SDM, etc. And the old EUROCONTROL, so to say. So you've put in practice what was in words, an aspiration, an ambition, etc. And that makes us really feel very, very grateful. And certainly from my side, really, thank you all really a lot. Also, staying a bit on the topic of SDM, so the most important thing that they're doing is really helping you all with CP1. Yeah, so take that at heart. We also, the whole EUROCONTROL is there, standing ready to support you through the SDM vehicle to get you to meet the CP1 deadline. Some of them are tricky. We know on the AF5, still a lot of things to be done, etc. But really, you can count on all of us, and we're trying to help you where possible. And again, the big objective that we have, of course, and that's also why we were so happy that the double reporting is now fixed, is that we're working towards what we call a single value chain between R&D and deployment, between the different European institutions, between operation and technical staff. We really want to have this one place in Europe where we take decisions on how we move things forward, etc. And again, through this common planning and reporting, I think you're really showing the way in the most pragmatic way. So again, thank you very much. So we're now going to go to if you're okay on the content side, yeah, we're going to go to a bit of a lighter touch. There's 2 messages that I really want to pass. So first of all, you may be wondering, why is Luca sitting there in the front as well? Now that is actually because Danny is retiring by the end of this year. You may have heard this already, but again, after so many years, 2009 it is that you took over from the 2010? Long ago, yeah. as the head of what's now called the PAS unit, etc. And so you're going to go on a very well-deserved retirement. The replacement process for Danny is in process. But hey, this is a bureaucracy, and so we take our time sometimes for things, etc. So in order to make sure that this well-oiled machinery of the LSIP is not being further disturbed, I've asked Luca to step in as ad interim, and so awaiting who gets further selected, etc. Both, of course, Danny and now Luca will be your point of contact to go to for any questions you may have, etc. And again, count on us that we'll do anything we can to keep the machinery going, etc. The second element, and again, it's about Danny, this organization exists a long time. Yeah, I think it's more or close to 60 years or so. And there's only one person, I think, here in the room that exists even longer. And that's Danny, and who's having his birthday today. Yeah? So again, I don't know if this was already spread, but again, don't hesitate to wish him a happy birthday. And are there drinks? No? Oh, there are no drinks. Oh, sorry. Okay. Again, I see it that it's time to close the meeting. I thank you all for your participation. I thank you all very much for your support, filling in all these documents, the surveys, etc. And let's keep on working to further accelerate the deployment of things in Europe and move it all forward. Thank you very much, and thank you guys, the whole team, for all your efforts. Yep.
Thank you, and bon voyage.